Hey everyone, Tommy and Con here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. I know it's a little gray outside, a little cold, a little rainy in parts of the valley, so I hope you are staying dry. I hope you guys aren't tuned down because of the weather. In fact, I assume most of you are happy because of the weather because it's not 100 degrees. It's not even 90 degrees. I hear the high is supposed to be like, I don't know, according to our 10-day forecast, it says 82 degrees, but I think that the security guard who works here told me it would be 78. So if we don't even break 80 today, that is going to be quite impressive. In fact, right this second, as I look at my iPhone, the weather listed on my iPhone, it says 73 degrees in Phoenix. Yeah, this. I have not seen this in ages, guys. This is crazy to me. Look at that. 73, 77, 79, 79, 79. Thunderstorms in the afternoon, 79. I don't actually think we're going to break 80. Look at that, with a lot of storms. Hey, Rick, is there a lot of rain today? He can't remember. I put him on the spot, but, you know, I just figured. Widely scattered. He says widely scattered, guys. You see him over there? There he is. That's Rick. And he says that there are widely scattered storms, so stay off the roads this afternoon because you know what happens when it rains. People can't drive, more crashes, more traffic. So I suggest if you don't have to be on the roads to stay away. Stay inside, get a blanket, cuddle up with someone, watch a movie. Those are the things that you do in the rain when it's wet outside. So that's my take. That's my weather update at the top of the show. We have a lot of news ahead. Obviously, I cannot complain about the rain that we have here because the rain we're getting here is nothing compared to the damaging rain that South Carolina got. Oh my goodness. Have you guys seen this video? I know I showed you guys this video yesterday, but we're just continuing to get more and more video, and dams are not holding up. As a result, it ends up with flooding. I think Rick this morning on the morning show compared it to like Hurricane Katrina. I mean, it's pretty bad, guys. I'm going to pull up some video for you guys now just so you have a preview. I know that Governor Haley spoke about it sometime in the last hour, so I'll play that for you a little bit later on. Hi, Ron Hoon.
Hi, Samia.
I was just talking about, you know, the weather. In fact, I was just going to show them some more video of just the flooding in South Carolina. It is so crazy. Whoops. That's very loud.
Is this the one that shows the guy's truck floating away?
This isn't that one, but I do have the truck swept away.
Oh, my gosh.
But look at this. Isn't this crazy?
I know. You know, one of the things you don't think about, you're inundated with water, and you can't drink any water because this is blowing out the sewer systems and the water systems in so many cities. There's so many places where people don't even have the basics of drinking water.
Right.
Let alone getting the power turned back on at their house and everything else.
I think one of the headlines I saw yesterday was like 40,000 people in need of water.
Wow.
That was yesterday, though. Yeah. I don't know if that number has changed.
The funny thing is, when the track of the storm, Joaquin, started to move more and more onto what they called the European model, because there was the U.S. model that showed it coming closer to shore and the Europeans that showed it more heading out to sea, I think the vast majority of people thought, ooh, phew, thank goodness we dodged a bullet.
Right.
And New York and Maryland and Connecticut, places like that did.
Right.
But boy, all it takes is one of these outer bands of the storm to work its way onto the coast, and it's
so crazy,
really
right?
Bad.
It's so. You mentioned the one of the truck floating away. I'm going to play that video for the viewers now.
Yeah, this is the
video that you're talking about, right? Truck swept away, driver rescued.
Yeah, here it comes. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Good luck. And it shows you just how quickly those flood waters can rise, because that was somebody who thought he could make it through an area, and he didn't. And yet there's a guy who does.
Right?
Doesn't that seem like that would have been, if you looked at it, it seems like that would have been too deep. There's the highway to Charlotte. Look at this guy. He's just trying to find dry land. Is that incredible?
It's insane.
Oh, and there's his truck. Or somebody's truck, anyway. Yeah, those pictures right there. Come on.
Isn't that just, it's insane. I'm going to play some more of this video a little bit later on, but that's just one of our top stories. Do you see the new lower third I just made?
What? What?
Headlines with Hoon. I was going to say Hooner, but I thought I would keep it more professional.
Oh, well, it's fine.
Headlines with Mr. Hoon?
No, that's way
Headline with
too
Hoon.
professional.
Headlines with Hooner. I like
Yeah.
Headlines with Hooner a lot. I just wanted to keep
I
it
think
a little
you
more.
can do it.
You think I could?
Well, as long as it's not a day where, it's the Samia Khan death hour.
Well,
Then we couldn't. Then it's too light. But on a day like this, when the headlines are,
I don't know.
in
Have
fact,
you read
politically
have you read all the headlines that I've written beneath?
Oh, well, yeah.
There is
see.
one death story.
Yeah.
It's a story that we brought the viewers yesterday, but it's still a hot topic this morning. I feel like, in your opinion, what do you think the hot topics are this morning? Definitely all-day breakfast at McDonald's.
Oh, that's a big one
trending
for sure.
Nationwide.
Oh, look, can we
South
go back
Carolina,
to...
this
that last picture. That
just-
was the one I was thinking of to show the viewer. That's where this guy loses control right here. And... yeah, because you made one of the... And look at this guy here. What is he thinking right now?
This is
It's
South
like, okay,
Carolina. But it looks like he has like a logo of sorts on the truck, as if he might be like some sort of authority or official or...
Correct.
Right? Like
Which
he's
makes it
in
all
there to
the
help
more
someone?
worse when he's got to go back to the boys in the, at Station 43 of Game and
Wow,
Fish or
look at
whatever.
that.
Look at that.
Crazy.
And they finally got him.
Some of this video that's coming out of South Carolina is insane.
Yeah. Well, that was the one I didn't want to miss. So, I don't know. Anyway, so breakfast at McDonald's, that's sort of the light, fun headline. It's finally happening all day today. I just don't know if it's that big a deal. I know it's getting a lot of media buzz.
Well, it's trending nationwide on Twitter.
Right.
So, if it's trending nationwide on Twitter, that means a lot of people are using this hashtag right there.
Mm-hmm.
All day breakfast. Hashtag all day breakfast.
Yeah.
In fact, I already have a tweet ready.
My question
At
is...
10:31, I'm going to tweet the picture
Yeah.
of my all day breakfast that I ate yesterday. We had the McDonald's people in yesterday. You missed out. They brought everyone Egg McMuffins.
SK.
Why did you have to be off yesterday?
I picked the worst days to be gone.
Worst day. You could have gotten free McDonald's.
But then did you see the Instagram picture I posted
did,
of
from
the
Payson.
rain?
It was very lovely.
See, this is why I was hoping to get you up there, and then I don't know if we got you up on the right day. But anyways,
Payson?
yeah, I mean you enjoyed your time up there.
Yeah, I went to the
think.
rodeo.
But
I feel like it'd be so much more fun to be in Payson when the mayor of Payson's there. Ron Hoon.
Oh well, yeah. Well, anyway, there's the picture we're talking about right there. It was just, it's so. Remind me at some point to make some phone calls and get rainfall totals from various places around the state, because this has already, to me, it seems to have been a pretty wet year.
Right.
Remember you and I talked about the monsoon before it was really getting going, and I'm
Right,
like,
no, I didn't believe it.
and
I didn't believe it existed.
I said the monsoon almost without the how did I put it exactly? But I said the monsoon makes life way more livable in the summertime here in the desert, because otherwise we'd be scorching every day. It would be sunny and 115.
Right, and now it's not sunny. It's about gray and about 73 degrees.
Correct.
But again, like I said, we cannot complain about the rain, because when you look at something like this, you're grateful that our rain is minimal. Let's listen.
That, you know who that is, Samia?
Listen to the audio.
Oh.
Yeah, you see the car just got here. He needs a rope.
That truck.
The guy that just
So when
went
the
out
guy
there is
was
getting
first
pulled
driving
down
through,
way
he
to the
did
right.
okay,
He's grabbed
but
the tree.
This is the same truck that eventually I think loses control, because it's got that same logo that you were talking about,
Yeah.
where he. Oh, now I'm piecing it more together. Look, right there. That's where he gets swept off, and he's got
Yeah,
to be
he just
thinking.
made a mistake. There he goes. A stuck one now.
So all of that really did transpire. And so here we were saying, oh, here, look, this guy drives through. No, that's the guy who ends up getting stuck.
Right.
Before you know it, a couple, 3 minutes later, he's amazing. He's got to be amazed that he's alive. This won't work.
Wow.
Okay, so you want to talk politics?
Yes, that's fine.
Let's. So, Donald Trump's doing a bunch of interviews this morning. Has there ever been a candidate who's more accessible on the phone? He must just answer his own phone or something.
Everyone has Donald Trump's number.
We called him one day, or we somehow got a hold of him. He
I
did
know
a phoner
Andrea.
with us.
Yeah, that was right before he was coming to Phoenix, though, so it made logical sense that he would be promoting his stop in Phoenix.
Right. No doubt.
On the #1 morning show.
But he's doing...
yeah,
#1!
Just saying.
And streaming worldwide with SK. So, but the thing about it is, people have been asking, okay, well, what happens if it looks like he's starting to peak? Because his whole argument is, vote for me because I'm the winner. I'm the guy who wins all the time. And if he starting to look like he's not going to be a winner, then what's your next argument? Did you hear some of the lines on Saturday Night Live? The guy that they have playing Donald Trump is pretty hilarious.
Really?
Yeah. And he said, what's his wife's name? I keep wanting to say Ivanka, but anyway, so his wife is
Melania.
She's playing the wife, and she's like, Donald, your poll numbers are slipping.
Melania herself is playing the wife?
No, whoever. So she's like, your poll numbers are slipping. I hadn't said anything good enough to get those poll numbers up, and he's something like, I will go to Mexico and build a wall so big that even the Chinese will say, now that's a wall.
That's a great line. First of all, why didn't he come up with that line himself?
I don't know.
That is such a good line.
Isn't that
Given
such
that
a
he
good
talks, all he does is talk about China and walls.
I know.
And only SNL could link the two.
I know. It was
the
perfect.
Great Wall of China.
It was hilarious.
Oh my gosh, good one, SNL.
Yeah. And the whole Hillary bartender thing, I have to admit, was pretty funny. Did you see that as well?
No, I didn't. But
the highlights are out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to play him here yesterday, but I couldn't.
Far be it from me to spend too much time talking about somebody else. So let's just get to this. This is what people are talking about, because there is this poll out today that has got to be a little concerning for him, and it's the International Business Daily, which I love that newspaper, but it doesn't get near the talk that a Wall Street Journal does, just because Wall Street Journal sets a behemoth. But it's big in the financial world, and so they do this poll, and it shows Trump clearly in second place to Ben Carson.
Yeah, it's not just like 20% to 19%. It's
24% to 17%.
There's a significant gap.
Because even a week ago, weren't we saying, well, now Carson looks like he's within a point or two?
Shall we show the viewers?
I guess you can, sure. Oops. Where are we? There we go. So,
look at that.
The question is, why would he slip? Would he slip because he hasn't made any really outrageous statements in the last week? Would he slip because
he hasn't really done anything to make headlines?
Or could it be that there have been so many other stories that have happened that he's fallen off the front page? I mean, there is this.
That's true. There was an Oregon shooting, and then right after that, the South Carolina flooding.
Right, and Putin goes into Syria.
Right. That was big last week, too, prior to the shooting. Correct.
And then the Pope was grabbing headlines the week before that, so
you're right. Donald Trump hasn't made as many headlines as he normally does.
Correct. So who knows? I mean, there are some people who argue that he's never going to get this number of votes, that what he's showing up in the polls, especially at this early date, is a name recognition factor as much as anything else.
Right.
Because some people are really into politics, like you, me, and our audience here on News Now.
Right. Maria, Rachel, Billy Z, Faceplant, Douglas, Tamara.
Yes, exactly. You guys.
Tina, all of our viewers, Robert. I'm just giving everyone shout-outs. Rob.
I love that you did
Ale, Tamara, everyone.
I love
Rachel, the other Rachel.
Rachel and the other Rachel.
Well, yeah.
You guys are so great. So, anyway, a lot of people still, they certainly know that Donald Trump's in, and they're going to watch because he's a reality star, and he draws viewers to the TV like we have never seen in any debates before. We know all of that because you do want to hear what he's going to say. And he does some pretty funny stuff. The whole bit about, it's your opening statement at the debate, and the first thing you're going to say is something like, I don't even know why that guy Rand Paul's up here.
You know, he did do that.
So, he does enough to keep himself in the headlines. But this is interesting. And so, but again, SK, we have talked about this in the past. Think about 4 years ago, and not that every election cycle has to be the same, but it really was sort of a flavor of the month deal for several months in the early days until it kind of starts getting whittled down.
Right.
Rick Perry was gangbusters in the polls. And then he has a moment that was so bad for him. I've already been on news now to say he will never, no matter what he does, he could become the Mother Teresa of America.
It won't happen.
He's never going to be president, all because of those 5 seconds in a debate. Pretty incredible when you really think about it. And then it went to Herman Cain, and then something came out about him and his private life, and so there were questions raised about that. And so it just was kind of like one thing after another, and gradually people would kind of come and go. So are we seeing that with Donald Trump? I mean, I'm actually sort of surprised that this poll shows him clearly not in number one.
Right, but then we have this other poll. I mean, and each poll will have its own results. Billy Z. Cruzman copied and pasted a poll in the chat room saying results of the new NBC Wall Street Journal poll of Iowa Republicans.
Right.
Donald Trump, 24%.
Yes.
Ben Carson, 19%.
Yes.
Donald Trump down 5 points from September. Ben Carson down 3 points from September.
I love that Billy Cruz in 69 is all over this stuff and knows so many of these polls. And it really is interesting to look at Iowa and to look at New Hampshire. Occasionally you'll see a poll out of South Carolina, but those two states really are so important.
Right. Billy Cruz saying, no surprise that Hillary supporters pick one poll that shows Trump slipping, yet reputable polls show Trump leading. Robert, however, feels that Trump will not be president.
Well, but see, so here's the thing. You've got to kind of delineate between these really important key states, and then I like looking at these national polls because, the Republican voter it's so interesting, the Republican voter in Iowa is primarily Christian conservative. That in past years, that really is who's kind of been going to the caucuses, and it's a caucus, not an actual election where you go to
so people just go to corners,
ballot.
Right?
Basically,
they run to different corners.
They run to their school or wherever. Have you ever done one of these? No,
caucuses? I've heard that people just go to different corners, and that corner represents who they vote for.
Gosh, I went to a caucus in maybe it was 1980. I think it was 1980. And it was such a long, laborious process. I'm like, I'm never going to do that again. So the caucuses do tend to get you the people who are really die-hard.
Right.
And I mean, I love politics, and I wasn't willing to stick around for 2 hours of blah, 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 just to say who I wanted.
Sure.
So it is interesting to see these states, but so more of a religious conservative approach to the GOP voters in Iowa, whereas it's almost the exact opposite in New Hampshire. It's the live free or die folks who are way more kind of libertarian in their view. But nationally, I think you get a good feel. And so this is interesting. We'll just have to wait to see if the other national polls show it. So then it's Rubio at 11% and Fiorina at 9%. And then Bush, again, holding on for dear life at 8%. So
I want to acknowledge some comments in the chat room again. Pete Stone saying, what choice do you have? Who wants to make America money? Nobody. No one talks about jobs and making money. Douglas saying, why is Clinton still in it with all the trash she's been buried in her?
Well, you know what? We had a political consultant on our morning show this morning, a guy named Stan Barnes. And he said, if you're really being honest about it, America, I think there are a lot of voters who feel like America is ready for a female president. Why have we not had a female president? We're supposed to be one of the most forward-thinking nations in the world, and yet look at Golda Meir in Israel decades ago, or Indira Gandhi in India,
but I don't think,
or Margaret Thatcher.
But I don't think it's that. No, there was some leader who said you cannot have a woman president. It's not like the country was like, no, you can't have a woman president. It's just that no one has really stepped up to the plate.
Correct.
To take on that role, and now someone has, but then as voters, you need to remember not to vote to make history, but to vote for the best qualified candidate.
Correct.
And that's, I think, the issue, because there are a lot of people who are just going to vote to make history.
Sure.
Because, it's time. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
How about it's time, it's the right thing to do, and this person's the best possible candidate for the job?
So, that's very well said.
That's the ideal scenario.
That's very well said, actually.
Just saying.
Yeah.
And speaking of Hillary, what's the deal with Biden?
Okay, well, I'm glad you asked. He is supposedly, this is a report from Politico, and they're great. I mean, that's a great app to pick up and follow on a regular basis. But they're saying, although I have seen some earlier reports saying it's coming any day now, but they are saying this weekend will be the time that he's going to decide. Now, the Dems have their next debate. The Democrats have their next debate I believe it's Tuesday.
I saw headlines that said Biden's going to skip the first debate.
He is absolutely going to skip. He already said, I'm going to skip.
Well, that's him at least acknowledging that he could be running for president, though.
Yeah.
If he's out there saying, I'm going to skip the debate, he has at least acknowledged the possibility that he's running for president.
Yeah.
Because if he wasn't running for president at all, whether he was at the debate or not wouldn't matter.
Right.
Right?
It is... I just think there are certain of these polls that have got to make him think, I'm going to have to get in. Because now here's one from the Wall Street Journal. Just came out yesterday. In New Hampshire, key state, what if it was Fiorina? This is the general election. What if it was Carly Fiorina versus Hillary Clinton? Fiorina crushes her. Joe Biden's got to look at that and say, well, hold on. When I was vice president for the last two, in the last two election cycles, we won New Hampshire. Barack Obama and I won New Hampshire, and if she can't carry New Hampshire, that's a really bad sign for swing states. He has got to be looking at that. All right, so.
Interesting. What does the chat room have to say? Billy Z. Cruzen says a female president or a corrupt female president? Interesting. Carly seems much more trustworthy and transparent than Hillary. Robert saying, I have a feeling we are going to have a woman president next term. Don't know who it will be, though.
Now, that's an interesting take on it. That's a really
Pete
interesting
Stone's
take.
a grandma, ? Thinking she's referring to Hillary.
Right.
Thinking he's referring to Hillary, excuse me.
Yes.
She doesn't talk about the right topics, jobs and money. Billy Z. Cruzen says, exactly, Samia. Vote on the ideals of a candidate, not the sex or the race. Rachel saying, Trump just seems like a barking dog on a chain. Release him off the chain going into the office. I don't think he'd have a clue what to do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can't keep going back to the Saturday Night Live skits because
please do.
Well, they sort of had that part too, where he's like, "Look, when I'm elected, everybody's going to have a better job. Their pay's going to double, and
Keep going.
3 or 4 different things. But there's like no reason for it. It's just once I get elected, here's what's going to happen."
You do a pretty good Donald Trump impersonation.
I got to do better though.
Let's keep it coming.
I got to do better. So I mean, you guys are astute, and I love how we have the full spectrum here, you know.
Right.
But you just put Donald Trump's name out there, and it just gets people going. That's for sure. Well, so anyway, here's Biden. Who is he going to decide this weekend? He's got to look at a poll like this one in New Hampshire and say, "Sheesh, okay, then that's trouble." Here's another one, also from the Wall Street Journal. I'm glad I can bring a couple of these to you. So they go into Iowa and they say, okay, if it's Clinton versus Fiorina in Iowa in the general election, again, Iowa went Obama.
That's true.
Both of the last 2 times, but it is a little bit more of a swing state. Go ahead and tell them, Samia, how much Carly Fiorina crushes her by.
14 points, 52 to 38.
52 to 38. Now, some people might say that Hillary Clinton's kind of, finding her footing a little bit. There are going to be more emails to come out. But she, has been doing the funny tour,
Right.
trying to show her softer side or whatever. Who knows? I mean, who knows how people ultimately decide? So maybe she's bottomed out. Who knows? Maybe Trump is topped out. We don't really know either way, do we? But I got to think Biden looks at a number like that and says, gosh, if we can't win some of these states that we had to win the last couple of times around, if Fiorina crushes Hillary Clinton in Iowa, if she beats her badly enough in New Hampshire by 8 percentage points, it's not. We're going to have to come up with somebody else. And so for the good of the party and for the continuation, because this is going to be his big argument, for the continuation of Obama policies, I'm going to have to get in the race.
And most importantly, for his dying son.
I know.
That's really the argument. If you want to win over the public and,
Yeah.
Win over people's emotions,
Right.
all you got to do is tell the story of your son's final days
Right.
of life.
I saw some.
And that conversation you must have had with your son
Yeah.
about running for president.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't win you votes,
No, I know.
well then.
But there are people who say, look, Joe, you're beloved in the country right now. It's going to get muddy. It's going to get dirty. Just go out, ride your white horse off into the sunset, where right now people seem to just love you. That
Because
is
anytime
supposedly
you're
one of the
president,
arguments.
everyone always hates you. No one president has ever liked.
Yeah. Well, see, but I think you could put a few in that category.
Bill Clinton.
George Washington.
Okay. In recent years.
Oh, recent years. Pull that.
In the last 30 years, let's say.
Well, Ronald Reagan was actually pretty beloved.
When he was in office?
Yeah. Now, he had the Iran-Contra scandal, and so some people were really kind of getting negative on him. But for the most part, it was because he seemed like a regular guy with a regular sense of humor.
So does Joe Biden.
I guess Biden does too. Yeah.
But also, this is the day and age of social media and the internet, and there's always going to be haters out there, and hating is going to spread through social media and tweets. So I don't think, no matter how liked you could be in the 80s, you wouldn't face the same sort of reception in 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
The internet is just filled with hate.
Yeah, I know. Why is that?
I
guess
know,
it's where
because
people go to vent.
People can vent. People
Yeah.
suddenly have a voice. They didn't have a voice before.
Right.
You can hide behind your screen name.
Yeah.
That's the truth. That's
Yeah.
the internet.
Yeah, I guess so.
I want to see what the viewers are saying. Billy Z. Cruzen says, I predict this election will bring many angry Americans because people will finally figure out that the people do not elect the president. Interesting. Mike D says, I think there are a ton of Trump supporters that keep quiet because they will come under fire if they do say anything.
Now, what was that other... I just saw something that said there was a CNN poll that said Fiorina is now in second place.
Poll, Fiorina rockets to number 2 behind Trump in GOP field. CNN Politics. Billy Z. Cruzen copied and pasting that headline. Douglas saying, Hoon, can you see if we had internet and Twitter in the 1980s? What it would be like?
Yeah, how would it have been different? It's so funny to even think about when you see people walk around with their phones that are just sort of their constant companion. To think, it wasn't that long ago we didn't have anything like that. It was not that long ago that if you wanted the internet, you had to have it on your, your work top at your work, your desktop at work, or your desktop at home.
Or
now you can carry it around, and Google knows all.
Do you remember the sound of dial-up? We played it in here in the newsroom the other day.
Yeah.
Mike Edgecombe, he decided to play it for us.
Yeah.
And it was just great. I'm going to have to play it for all the viewers now just because it was so entertaining.
There we go.
So
Yes, this was internet in the 80s and 90s.
There's the sad thing is, kids these days will never even know what this sound means.
No. The funny thing is, we think we're so far along in the internet age.
Yeah.
But there are still times that, think about it. When you turn the TV on, the TV is there for you.
It's our friend.
Not to totally toot our own horns on the TV, in the TV business, but you can turn the TV on. The TV's going to be there. It's not the cable companies or the satellite companies, except if there's like a big storm and an outage or something. They're not going to say, oh, it's running too slow right now, or whatever. We still have streaming issues on the internet. So we're still not to the point where, you know, you're watching something on Netflix and all of a sudden that little, you know, that's frustrating. We still have a long way to go.
We do.
And I got to go to my meeting.
Well, thanks for stopping by. We loved having you. I'm going to get to one more headline. So we talked about the South Carolina flooding, which we're
Yes.
going to go into more detail a little bit later on. I know that Governor Haley spoke this morning, so we'll hear from her momentarily.
Yep.
And we got you all the details on Trump falls in the polls. We haven't yet talked about this one right here. We talked about it yesterday. Pilot dies mid-flight. That story is crazy.
It is so sad
He
because
was
you
Phoenix-based.
Yes. Yep.
Lived in
Salt Lake and flew out of Phoenix. I run into people like that all the time. Who there's a guy I know because he actually lives next door to where one of my relatives used to live on an island in the Puget Sound. Ever heard of the San Juan Islands? So here's this island out in the Puget Sound, and he was based in Phoenix. So he would have to drive across the island, hop a ferry, take the ferry onto the main I-5, drive the I-5 down in through Seattle traffic, get to the SeaTac airport. He's already spent probably 3 hours doing that.
Right.
Then he's got to catch a flight at the SeaTac airport to get him to Phoenix, which is another 3 hours. And then he's ready to report for duty.
Wow.
So there are people, and this guy, I'm glad you have these pictures of him and his family, his kids and his grandkids.
Well, they don't even see it yet. I was going to play this momentarily, but yeah, that was the pilot.
Yeah. So heartbreaking, and you had to believe that co-pilot, once he realized that this in-flight emergency was happening, heart attack, we don't know for sure, but I'm sure he thought we got to get this plane down right now, while his friend.
You want to see if you could possibly save his life.
So he's looking around. He's like, Syracuse, New York. That's the closest airport. Boom, down we go, and they just couldn't do it. They couldn't save his life. So we love to have stories that have happy endings like that, and maybe they even said, hey, this is the co-pilot, I'm declaring a medical emergency, we are inbound for such and such, and you know, so they pulled up, and I'm sure the paramedics got there. There's more to this story to be learned, but I'm sure the paramedics rushed onto the plane, and so people could see what was happening as they undoubtedly tried to either work on the pilot there or get him off and into a hospital or emergency situation, and it just, you know, everybody was hoping that it was going to have a happy ending on board, and it just didn't.
And I believe when the passengers were on the plane, they were told that they had to make an emergency landing. They didn't say anything about death. They said that there was I don't know if the pilot was, I think they used something term like the pilot was ill, or and they didn't actually fully learn of the pilot's fate until they were on the next plane. Is what I read.
Yeah.
So there's that. So I'm going to play this story.
Okay.
This is a story that aired last
touching,
night that Ty did. Features some sound from the family members of the pilot who passed away. I think he was 57 years old, 57 or 58.
Yes, just 57.
Yeah, so very sad scenario. Let's go ahead and watch. Ron, you can go to your meeting now. Thanks for hanging.
Yeah, you bet.
He was one of those, rough on the outside and marshmallow on the inside.
Tonight, family of 57-year-old Michael Johnston remembering their loved one. Johnston was the captain aboard American Airlines Flight 550 on Sunday night as it departed Phoenix Sky Harbor bound for Boston. Sometime during the flight, Johnston passed away. The co-pilot diverted to Syracuse, New York.
Syracuse, American 550 is out of 15,000 for 5,000. Medical emergency. Captain is incapacitated.
We know that there was a flight attendant that was a nurse that tried to resuscitate him.
But sadly, it was too late for the father of 8 and grandfather of 5. Johnston lived in Utah but was based in Phoenix and had worked for the airlines for more than 20 years, a career his wife says was his passion.
I know that I will see him again. We believe that we are together forever, that we are forever families, and I know that he will be there and that I will be able to see him again when I go from here.
We love him, we miss him. He was one of those,
I'm tired, I'm exhausted, and then it was just really emotional.
After nearly 12 hours, passengers aboard American Airlines Flight 550 from Phoenix to Boston finally arrived at their destination early this morning. As the Airbus A320 they were on made its way to the East Coast last night, the pilot of their plane became incapacitated and sadly died. The co-pilot taking over and diverting to the nearest airport, Syracuse, New York. This is the transmission between the co-pilot and the control tower.
Syracuse, American 550 is out of 15,000 for 5,000. Medical emergency. Captain is incapacitated.
We landed, they said that the pilot was really sick, and that was it. And then we saw like ambulances pulling up.
It's for us. It's. I don't want to say it's not significant, but it's not a big deal.
Phoenix-based aviation expert Ron Nielsen says this is a situation that's not necessarily trained for, but is something the highly trained pilots can handle without incident.
We have procedures if one of the pilots is incapacitated. We have procedures on the airplane if anybody needs medical attention.
Many of the passengers aboard commending the crew.
I really think you got to hand it to the co-pilot, I'll tell you, because I don't know what I would have done in that situation. It's tragic.
An American Airlines jet arrives in Boston a long 12 hours after departing Phoenix.
I'm tired, I'm exhausted, and then it was just really emotional.
Flight 550 had been diverted to Syracuse after the pilot suffered a medical emergency early Monday morning.
We landed, they said that the pilot was really sick, and that was it. And then we saw like ambulances pulling up.
One of the pilots is unresponsive.
Fox 25 obtained communications from air traffic control as 4 other crew members prepared for an early landing.
Syracuse American 550s out of 15,000 for 5,000. A medical emergency. Captain is incapacitated. Request handling for runway 10 landing.
147 passengers watched the scene on the ground. The somber news would later be confirmed. The pilot had died in the cockpit.
You put your life in this guy's hands, and next thing you know, he's gone.
There was relief finally landing safely in Boston, piloted by a new crew, but still an overwhelming feeling of sadness and of gratitude.
I really think you got to hand it to the co-pilot, I'll tell you, because I don't know what I would have done in that situation. But my heart goes out to them.
All right, guys, if we had any more sound or any more information related to the story, we'll bring that to you guys here. I know a lot of you guys in the chat room speculating as to how exactly the pilot died, what happened. Did he suffer a heart attack or a stroke? Again, those details haven't come out yet, but when we find that out, we will let you guys know here on Fox 10 News. Now, as you can tell by the lower third, we are just going to recap some of the top stories, and then we are going to be moving on. FYI, it is 10:37, and today is the first day all around the country that you can go into a McDonald's at 10:37 and still order Egg McMuffins. That's right. It's part of a limited menu, a limited breakfast menu offering that is offered at McDonald's now 24 hours a day, all day, every day. The hashtag all day breakfast trending nationwide on Twitter. I'm sure McDonald's all around the city, all around the state, all around the country, probably very busy. My guess is more people are going to order breakfast rather than lunch during the lunch hour this afternoon, just because it's the thing to do. It's the gimmick. Today is the first day you can do it, so why not? So you can get Egg McMuffins, you can get oatmeal, you can get fruit and yogurt parfaits, you can get hash browns. I'm trying to remember all the treats they brought us in the newsroom here on News Now yesterday. Pancakes, for example. So you can get some of your McDonald's breakfast favorites all day now, every day at McDonald's. It officially started, I guess you could say, 7 minutes ago, 10:31 a.m. So I encourage you to go to your nearby McDonald's if you want to partake in this hashtag, this nationwide trend, all-day breakfast. Another story down here, SC flooding now. Ron and I obviously touched upon it earlier in the show, but just to recap, those of you who did not see any of the video we played, obviously flooding continues to affect that state. I believe at least 11 people killed in the state of South Carolina, maybe even 13. I'm going to go ahead and play this story for you guys from Fox National, the latest information on the flooding. This story comes from Joel Wadman.
As you can see, the rain here in Charleston has stopped falling, but the people of South Carolina remain at risk. The full scope of damage coming into view. Flooding causing major problems with the state's infrastructure. Hundreds of roads and bridges out of service, and dams are failing.
This has been one of the worst things we've seen in the entire time that I've lived here. And you've got people who are displaced from their homes, people whose businesses are wrecked. I don't know how long it will take for all of us to overcome this.
Nasty conditions leaving roughly 40,000 in the state without water. Many homes flooded, and about 1,000 people were forced to stay in shelters. Some say they've lost everything.
This is all we own. What we got on us now is all we own. Our kids only got one outfit on their body right now.
Officials are urging people to stay indoors whenever possible and warn against trying to drive through or around flooded areas and debris.
This is not over. Just because the rain stops does not mean that we are out of the woods. We very much still have a vulnerable situation that's out there.
As you can see, there's still a lot of standing water here, and it could get even higher as officials warn of possible new evacuations with the fear that water from the high country could make its way down here to the low-lying coastal area. In Charleston, South Carolina, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
And here is another story sent to us from Fox National, a wrap-up after last night. Let's watch.
For a fourth day, emergency workers in South Carolina put their lives on the line. 150 swift boat rescues in the past 24 hours and at least 25 helicopter rescues. The elderly, babies, dogs, all plucked from what officials are calling a 1,000-year flood.
South Carolina has gone through a storm of historic proportions. It has gone through a storm that has never happened before. Having said that, South Carolina's moving. We've got all the people we need.
The biggest danger now is the roads. Some are flooded. Some have simply disintegrated in part or been entirely washed away. More than 300 roads are flooded, 150 bridges, making any movement, even to save lives, extremely dangerous.
The roads are still unsafe. A lot of them have been undermined by the flooding, and so the road may look perfect on top, but if you drive across it, it could collapse.
Meanwhile, 40,000 people remain without running water, 25,000 without power.
We got out and we're safe, and our dogs are safe. So we're very lucky.
Something you wouldn't expect in a million years. The water was just mind-boggling.
Fire trucks pumped thousands of gallons to keep Columbia's hospitals running. Even the dead have not been spared. Coffins in Orangeburg County floated up from the saturated earth. And more casualties from the storm at sea. 32 of the 33 crew members remain missing on the cargo ship El Faro, which had left Jacksonville, Florida en route to Puerto Rico. 28 of the crew were Americans. Officials say they recovered one body, but will continue to search for survivors.
There has been a curfew in parts of South Carolina overnight. That's for safety reasons and also to prevent looting. In Columbia, South Carolina, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
All right, guys, now we're going to watch this press conference from Governor Haley this morning.
Okay, when you're ready, if you'll give me a thumbs up, please. Got it, 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 and just... Are you good? Okay, there we go. Oh, are you good back in the back, and do you need to come on in? Do you need some more space? Okay, good. Okay, so first of all, just want to tell you that God smiled on South Carolina because the sun is out. That is a good sign, but I will tell you that for us, we still have to be cautious. The next 36 to 48 hours are going to be a time that we need to continue to be careful. Just because there is no rain and just because the sun is out, we are now looking at downstreams, waters, and other areas that are going to be affected. I'm going to go through all of that as we go forward. The first thing I want to tell you is what happened yesterday was extremely rare, and it was a very good thing for South Carolina, which is I did a verbal request for a major disaster declaration. We followed that verbal request by talking to the president and asking for that, and they approved it yesterday. What does that mean? There was word out there that certain counties were included in that and not. Let's be clear. This is about addition. This is not about subtraction. So every county has the ability to add on to that list. That's what we want you to know. So there may have been 8 counties listed yesterday. Our job is to make sure we keep adding on to those county lists as we need to. The only thing between us adding that county list on is data. So what we're doing is we're working very closely with your counties to make sure that we can get that information. We have FEMA people up in the air right now doing assessments, trying to see the aerial views. We've got, we will have FEMA people on the ground tomorrow tomorrow doing assessments trying to make sure we do that. We are working directly with your county. So know that this is a great story for South Carolina, but it is a story of addition, not a story of subtraction. So there is not a county, one of the 46 counties, that should think that they have been excluded from anything. This is about the fact that we're going to be working with your county closer to see what you need. My goal is to make sure that anybody and everybody that is in a county has the availability of resources that that FEMA will provide. So we are going to work on making sure that we do that, and we've got a great team, and great communication between FEMA and the state and the county level as we go through that forward. So that that is a good thing. And what that major declaration assistance will cover again is individual assistance, public assistance, which is either debris removal, emergency protection measures, hazard mitigation, and infrastructure. So again, it's about addition, not subtraction. So we'll be adding counties to that list, and we'll be dealing with that. So we want everybody to know, we want everybody to relax in the way that let us do our job, let us continue to do what we need to do to protect you, and go forward from there. Now I just want to give you some data as to where we are. Kingstree is now closed. So it shows that the evacuation yesterday was successful and was a good thing. So we've got it closed now. Like I said, you're going to start to see, I did a flyover early this morning just to kind of see what we could find, and we're starting to see that the Midlands, now all that water is going to start moving down to the low country, and so we are going to be extremely careful. We are watching this minute by minute. There are people on the ground giving us feedback. So if we're not in the air looking at it ourselves, we've got engineers on the ground. The towns that we are really going to be concerned about over the next 36 hours, and we have people on the ground watching, are the towns of Conway, Georgetown, Jamestown, Effingham, Orangeburg, and Williamsburg. Those are the ones that we see in the most critical need right now that we are watching. The counties that we should expect possible evacuations that could happen over the next 48 hours would be Florence, Richland, Marlboro, and Horry. Those lists will change. As the water flows, we will continue to watch that, but that's what we're looking at right now. We have seen that the Midland rivers have peaked, and they're now moving to the coast. Our focus in the rivers that we are focused on at this time are the Edisto River, the Santee River, the Black River, the Waccamaw, and the Lynches. So those we will do. We are seeing some stage of flooding with all of them right now. We have not seen any of them that have crested, and so like I said, our team is watching those minute by minute to make sure that we are on that. As of now, we have the Department of Transportation is reporting 469 closures. 163 of those are bridges. Our utility outages are back to normal, so people are going to start to feel their power back on and should have their power back on. To date, our troopers, our highway patrol on the roads have had 4,367 service calls. Of that, 1,843 have been traffic collisions. The fatality number has now moved up to 14. I cannot stress enough to the citizens of South Carolina, what we are starting to see is people are starting to move barriers and drive through them, and so other people are driving after them. People are starting to go around barriers. This is not safe. We are doing this to protect you. We are doing this to make sure that you don't travel on a road that we have not fully inspected yet. We want to make sure every bridge and every road that you put your car on is safe for the good of yourself and your family. To have gone up to now 14 fatalities, please help us help you. And so spread that word. Now I know that there's a little bit more traffic on the roads. You will see as this water moves down to the low country that the roads that may be closed today, we will have new roads closed this afternoon. We are going to make sure that there is not an open road. If there is the slightest bit of caution, we are not going to have that open. What we have asked is that you close it when in doubt and you open it when we know that everybody is going to be safe. So please do respect the barriers and respect those closures, because that is a way that we are telling you that it is not safe to drive on that road. At this point, I am very proud of our DNR officers. They have had 175 water rescues. To date, that is people. They continue to rescue animals. They continue to do whatever is needed. All of our law enforcement have been phenomenal in the way that they've dealt with that. 26 shelters open right now, 824 occupants. That number is going to go up. As we see that the water is going down again, they're having a conference call at 2 o'clock today to make sure that we look at what other shelters we need to plan on having open so that when we have those evacuations, people have places to go. We do not have any shortages of food or water or blankets at this time. All the shelters are very well staffed and very comfortable and safe for everybody that needs it. We have increased our number of National Guard members. General Livingston has been a great leader on this. We've now got 2,200 on the road. This is a group of men and women who have been extremely flexible, going from wherever they need to be to the next stop and doing whatever needs to be done. So they are working 24/7 to make sure that whatever area we move them to, they are there. We have now moved the number of DOT crew members. As it is getting a little bit safer for them to get out and assess the area, that number is now, instead of 1,000 DOT maintenance workers, we're now up to, 1,400 DOT maintenance workers on the road. Their jobs are, there's, in addition to that, 200 engineers, all checking safety, structure, stability of roads and bridges to make sure they're right. Our crew members are trying to do whatever temporary repairs they need to do to get those roads open again, or what permanent repairs we're going to have to look at to see how long those closures are going to be. We now have 28 assessment teams on the ground in the counties. We're starting from the top of the state where it's now dry and we can and safe. They are going through, they're assessing every one of our 46 counties for damage. They are working with every one of the county emergency divisions and DOT local offices on the ground to do the assessment. So those have started. We have the ability to have up to 50 teams, but as it gets safer for those assessment teams to go in, you will see the number of assessment teams continue to increase. We have 268 highway patrolmen on the ground doing anything and everything to keep people safe. That does not count the additional multiple law enforcement officers from SLED, from DNR, and from probation, pardon, and parole. All of them have come to our needs and done exactly what we wanted and what we wanted to see happen. So, where are we? South Carolina has once again proven that we are strong and we are resilient. We are still in prayer mode. We are still in the fact that the next 36 to 48 hours is going to be volatile. So what we'll tell you is don't let the sunshine fool you, but we are prepared. This team behind me has worked nonstop to make sure that we are doing everything ahead. We have pre-positioned already in the low country everything that we need to have for when that water flows. We are doing analysis constantly throughout the day to make sure that is there. What should the people of South Carolina do? Well, we are hearing from multiples that they want to do something. And so with that, South Carolinians have continued to step up in the way that they always do. They are looking to help their neighbors. You will see shelters in different areas. If there are any donations that need to be given, I will tell you that one organization that has been absolutely phenomenal has been the Red Cross. They continue to be anywhere and everywhere. I know there's businesses. I know there's individuals who have asked where to donate. The Red Cross is a great one to donate, but there are others as well. If you go to the EMD website, it actually says volunteer and donate. So if you want to volunteer your time, if you want to donate goods, there's probably a dozen groups that are working directly with us that would be helpful in assisting, and so we welcome that and we appreciate that. And I can tell you that from out of state, the number of governors that I have talked to, the assistance that has come from Governor McCrory in North Carolina, Governor Haslam from Tennessee, Governor Rick Scott from Florida, we've heard from Governor Christie and former Governor Barber, all of these people wanting to help and give any advice or assistance. They're giving any crews. We really have been very blessed in the way that everybody is asking to help, and we're taking it. We are not at the point where we are going to say no. If anything, we're at the point that we are staying in precautionary mode. I will tell you that this morning I went up and started to see the damages after the water has come down. The water has come down a good 10 or 20 feet from the time that we were in the air, and what I saw was disturbing, and it is hard to look at the loss that we are going to have. But everything will be okay. What we want to remember is there's a process. We are going to make sure we take every single person in every single county through that process. Our goal is to make sure that the resources are available. Our goal is to make sure that the safety is there. And our goal is to make sure that we recover and we come out of this stronger than we started. I have no doubt that South Carolina is stronger today than we were yesterday. I have no doubt that South Carolina will be stronger next week than we are this week. But what I want everyone to remember is this is a time of faith, this is a time of strength, and this is a time of taking care of each other and neighbors taking care of neighbors. And if we do that, we will come out of this better than we have before. I can't say enough thank yous to my team South Carolina behind me who have stood strong and gone without sleep to make sure that everybody is safe. But I will tell you that we're not going to stop until this entire situation is taken care of. And so with that, I will open it up for any questions that you have for me or anyone behind me as we go forward.
Governor, can you give us an assessment, in your best judgment, clearly it's a moving target, what the cost of this reparation is going to be?
So I understand the interest and the urgency to know what the cost and what the number actually is. This is what I will tell you. We're not going to stop until we get everything we need to get back up and running and fixed again. That could be X amount of dollars. That's not my concern right now. My concern is that we're following the processes we need to with FEMA. My concern is that we've got good communications with the counties. My concern is that we've got the best people on the ground to do assessments. My concern is that we have asked for FEMA's legal team to come in to make sure that we are looking at every T crossed and every I dotted for all of those contracts that need to be done. And my appreciation is that the feds and FEMA have been extremely helpful in us moving forward. And so that's what I want people to know. This could be any amount of dollars. Let's get off of the dollars and let's focus on the recovery, because that's what all of this team is focused on.
There's some concern about the dams in the state. There was a report this morning, one had failed. Can you give us your assessment also of what you think of the, what can be done to make sure these don't fail or how they can be held?
So multiple dams have failed, but what I will tell you is we went through a map this morning and we continue to go. We know exactly where we need to be looking at. We know exactly the critical areas that they are, and we also know what needs to be done. The National Guard is ready and on standby, as well as DOT, to kind of go and do that. DHEC has been great at assessing that. I'm going to ask Director Heigl if she wants to add anything to that in terms of giving you more information about the dams.
So at this point, we have had 10 dam failures across the state. We've had 3 in Lexington County, we've had 5 in Richland County, 1 in Lee County, and 1 in Aiken County. We have a number of additional dams that we continue to monitor for structural integrity. We do have engineers on the ground. Obviously, those dam operators are being very vigilant about those particular structures, and we are calling in assistance through local EMD, through the National Guard, for sandbagging and additional mitigation measures were needed.
And what I'll tell you is, again, you know, we went through, there was a certain dam that we were concerned about this morning. It is all hands on deck. I mean, it really is. Everybody is doing whatever it takes, whether it's DOT offering a crane, whether it's General Livingston saying, where do I need to move these people, whether it's DHEC having those people on the ground. I mean, we're putting eyes on these dams. We're not just looking and saying what could happen. We have people on the ground assessing it literally as we go. We know which numbers we're watching and which ones we're watching. We've got vulnerable ones that we'll be watching today through the next 36 hours. But what we can tell you is if you look at what happened, whether it was yesterday in Richland, whether it was what happened in Kingstree, the reason we're doing evacuations as they are is because we want to provide safety. So when you hear that we are doing an evacuation, it's because we think that something could happen. And we just ask that people continue to listen to that and continue to do what they've done, which is to act and take it seriously.
Governor Haley, I know some of our viewers have been concerned about the lake in Jenkinsville in particular because of the nuclear plants up there. Do you guys have any updates on that?
Yes. Do you want to, who wants to talk about the lake in Jenkinsville?
It's fine.
It's fine? Okay.
Yes.
What about I-95? Any
Yes.
kind of national transport, is that open yet, or when do you estimate it might be?
And we discussed that this morning. I'm going to let Secretary Hall go ahead and fill you in on 95.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, the interstate commerce is definitely very important for us, as well as just mobility and getting South Carolinians back to work. We're out on the ground assessing I-95 currently. We have our top engineers out there inspecting the bridges. We're going to look to see if we can do partial opening of I-95 in order to restore better mobility in the area. There are 5 to 8 bridges along I-95, so even though the pavements may be dry, we definitely need to assess those 5 to 8 bridges and make sure that they're safe. Again, safety is our top priority. So if there's any doubt, we're going to keep those areas of concern closed, but we're very keen on getting mobility restored in the state.
But that detour route is, you're looking at 168 miles of the detour, which it would normally be 70?
Yes, it's 74 miles of interstate that are closed currently.
And so people who are traveling need to plan for that much time going forward. I think General Livingston's also going to add some information on Beaver Creek.
Yes, ma'am. Wanted to mention the 2 dams or 2 areas we're working in Columbia for the people of Columbia. The Beaver Dam that's up above Forest Lake, we're doing reinforcing operations there as we speak, and also we're looking at repair operations on the Columbia Canal in order to reinforce the water restoration in Columbia.
Thank you, General.
So Governor Haley, really quickly, I know there's a FEMA representative here as well, which you can answer first, and then maybe via stuff.
Of course.
But for residents who are sitting at home, whether they had flood damage, they lost a car, whatnot, what does FEMA being here mean to them specifically? I know you mentioned a couple things like debris removal, but like going in deep, if I'm sitting at home and I'm watching this at home, what does it mean to residents? What help will it be?
Okay, so the focus that we have right now as a state, then I'm going to turn it over to FEMA. The focus for us is that we are going into every county and we're assessing the damage. And we are seeing various levels of damage, but we're seeing a lot of damage. So our job is to make sure that we work closely with FEMA and get those damages assessed properly, give them the data, give them what they need to continue to add to that list. And that's what we're doing now, is collecting the data. What FEMA's doing is they're in the air now looking at the aerial view, and then they'll start tomorrow on the ground going accordingly. We are, with the major disaster declaration that we've had for those counties that have already gotten certified, and then the new counties that are going to come on, it is individual assistance. It is going to be debris removal and emergency protective measures. It is going to be infrastructure. But to give you additional details or answer additional questions, I'll have Mike from FEMA come stand with us.
Yes, thank you, Governor. What FEMA can do for the individuals who have been affected are a number of things. And what I would like to impress, first of all, perhaps most important piece, is if you have been affected by this flood, I want to encourage anyone in the state to contact FEMA on 1-800-621-3362. That's 1-800-621-FEMA. Or you can go to disasterassistance.gov, and what we'll ask you to do on both that website and that phone number is you'll register for assistance. Let us tell you that you may not be eligible. In other words, if you have damages, if you have damages, I encourage you to call that number or register online. And I'll also add the hearing impaired number is 800-462-7585. So what can we provide? A number of things. We can provide housing assistance, that's housing repair, replacement. We also have other needs assistance that we can provide, such as disaster unemployment assistance, legal services, crisis counseling. I'd also add that the Small Business Administration would be available to provide low-interest loans for households, also in town to assist businesses and businesses. So that's what we can do for you.
One question for you. What are the counties, again, already qualifying for FEMA assistance here in South Carolina?
The counties that have been designated so far are Charleston, Dorchester, Georgetown, Horry, Lexington, Orangeburg, Richland, and Williamsburg. Those are for individual assistance. For public assistance, and that covers things under public infrastructure, such as roads and bridges, and the kinds of things that we've been talking about for municipality assistance. Those counties that were designated so far are Berkeley, Charleston, Clarendon, Dorchester, Georgetown, Horry, Lexington, Orangeburg, Richland, Sumter, and Williamsburg.
Can you tell us,
And
is
what
there a split of the federal state money that has to go towards that? Does South Carolina pay for part of this, or how does that work?
Yes,
Or is it
ma'am.
an entire federal assistance package?
There are, generally speaking, the majority of the assistance that we will provide is based on a 75-25 split, and a 75% federal share. There are a couple of programs that they're 100% federal, but by and large it's 75%.
And the individuals are those 100?
In some cases, yes, ma'am.
So what I want to stress again is those counties are the ones that have gotten it already. More counties will qualify as we do that. But what we've seen is it is a 75-25 split for some. It is 100% for others. So some individuals will qualify for 100. Some will. You'll be actually dealing with an individual assessor from FEMA. Is that right? If it's individual assessment.
Yes, ma'am. It just depends on what part of the individual assistance is provided.
And so I think, what you'll see is on the, a great resource is the EMD website, which is
www.scemd.org.
scemd.org. If you go to that, you will literally have a wealth of information, including the 800 number that Mike just gave you in terms of how to contact FEMA, as well as going ahead and getting registered. So if you do have any sort of damage to your home or to your property or to anything, go ahead and call that 800 number, but you will also see a lot of other EMD information for your county as well as for the state.
Is the state planning on offering any additional assistance included with FEMA or after FEMA?
It's just everything right now is just too early. We don't even know what we're dealing with yet, so our goal right now is just assessment. And understand the assessment's going to take several days, so we've really got to go and hunker down. There's some counties we can't even get into yet. We can't get into Kingstree, so we don't know what we're looking at, but we'll keep working until we get it done.
Governor Haley, do you think your team didn't focus enough on dams yesterday? I don't remember them being brought up in yesterday's briefing, but today it seems like that's the focus.
We were focused on dams last week. The thing was you have to take it in phases, one stage at a time. So we have always been, first it was pre-positioning. How do we pre-position? How do we make sure that we have everything in effect? The rain had to stop first, right? So a lot of it was waiting on the rain. We knew already which dams we had to look at. We knew which areas we had to watch for cresting, and then we also knew that we were going to have some breaches that we had to watch. So a lot of it was just waiting for the rain to stop. After we could get the rain to stop and it was safe enough to get in there, you've seen the number that they've restored, the number that they were able to hold has been very good. And the ones we continue to watch as the water levels go down, that's really what you're looking at. Is it going from the Midlands all the way down? We actually were looking at more that were not affected, especially from the upstate. We didn't get all that we thought we were going to get in the upstate. So I think that we've watched it very carefully, and I think that's why you've seen the evacuations have happened the way they were and happened effectively. So
Are dams more of a priority versus rivers flooding downstream, or?
I think it's both. I mean, right now we're looking at levels of water and at what point they see the cresting. We were looking at Lake Murray Dam, and we, at one point had 3 gates open trying to release that water. Today we're glad to say they've closed down that last gate. So, it's just a process. And so what we do is it's all about keeping your eyes on all of them and being flexible enough to move as they move and make sure that we continue to keep people safe.
So the dam breaking was somewhat predicted in a sense yesterday?
I mean, with up to 24 inches of rain, it's almost, there's just no way. This was rainfall at an unbelievable level, and to see the historic nature of it was pretty amazing. Did you want to add something, General?
I would just say the evacuations that we've discussed throughout the days has to do with dams and rivers. So we may have not been saying specifically dams, but all those evacuations occurred before these dams breached. So we've been watching this since really before the event started.
General, can you tell us, did you do any rescues today or yesterday?
Actually, we got a great news story. We flew search and rescue yesterday, and we had no pickups at that time. We had a lot the day before, but yesterday, so what that's saying is that we're getting, the people are helping us out a little bit. and they're listening to the evacuations orders. The picks that we've had before is somebody that individually got themselves in trouble or didn't pick up on the evacuations orders, because the evacuations have been in front of the dangerous waters, whether it be a dam or whether it be a river or just a regular rain runoff.
I think we're starting to see the responsibility of citizens. They're listening, and for that we're very grateful.
Do you have a sense that the death toll might go up, though, as the water comes down? Perhaps more discoveries might be made.
So, our number one goal is educate, educate, educate. If we tell you don't drive through a barrier, don't do it. If we tell you to evacuate, it's because we're trying to keep you safe. I mean, so much of everything we say, we are saying because the number one priority of this team is safety and life protection. And so our goal is to make sure there are no more. But, that's a two-sided thing. We have to have that help from the citizens as much as we have from this team to inform the constituencies about that.
Hindsight's 20/20, and obviously we're not through it yet, but the damage that you've seen so far, is it worse than what you were expecting?
I mean, any of it's worse than I'm expecting. That's the hard part, is when you see these are real families, these are real people, these are real houses. I come from a small business background. I mean, to lose a small business, and these are people who, let's face it, they didn't know they needed flood insurance. They didn't know that something like this could happen. When you've got a 1,000-year flood, how could anybody? What I will tell you is this: we won't stop until we make sure that we have given every ounce of information that we can. The fact that we got that verbal major declaration yesterday was a godsend. And it was something that we asked quickly. FEMA responded and the feds responded quickly. Now we've got the assessment teams out there. Everything is moving as it should. And I hope that gives people strength to know that we've got you. This is going to hurt a little bit. We've got you. But if you keep doing what we need you to do, we can keep working together to get us through this. And we will get through this. The damage is going to be heartbreaking for a lot of people. But it's not something that we can't go and rebuild and refix and redo. And that's the part that we have to focus on.
Have there been any estimates as to how long it will take to repair the roads that have been completely washed away?
So DOT has not had the opportunity to really see all those roads yet. I think the good thing is we've had assessment teams on the ground since 2 days ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to continue to assess those as we need to. And, again, if we just need people to let everybody do our jobs, let us go in there and assess the way we need to, and we will respond with every ounce of information we have. But South Carolina is strong. We are going to continue to push through this. We're going to continue to try and educate and communicate all the information you need. The second we get it, we will make sure that you have it. But we want everybody to keep safe. So one last question.
Governor Haley,
Yes.
were sandbags put in place at those 10 dams that already breached as of now?
The ones that already breached?
Right. Were there sandbags that were put in place at those dams?
On the ones that had breached, we had sandbags in place, but it was not enough to stop the dam breach. We made some initial efforts, but some of them were just too far gone in the initial washover. But the ones that we can reinforce, we have reinforced, or we're continuing to reinforce, and those are the ones that are holding right now.
Okay, and I did want to ask, what is the protocol in terms of reporting whether a dam has breached or not? I know yesterday and early this morning there were different conflicting reports whether a dam had breached or it hadn't. I know in Richland County that Windsor Lake Dam, Richland County said that dam had breached and people needed to evacuate, and then there was another release that they sent out that said that it hadn't breached at all. So what's that protocol?
DHEC is actually the people who certify the dams. They get eyes on. Some of these dam breaches, it was kind of rumored because we were doing control releases. They were opening gates and allowing the water to run around, or actually cutting diversions. So DHEC is the one that would do that. And
yeah, if I can just add on, that the rumors are a bit of a problem, and so we do need folks to turn to the agencies, DHEC and EMD, and the EMD website for that information, because we want people to understand where there are evacuation zones and who is impacted. We don't want panic We want people to understand what that information is. So please refer to EMD and DHEC.
You know, some people don't even have electricity. I mean, some people, how are they going to find those things out when they're in that evacuation zone?
They're doing reverse 911s, they're knocking on doors. I mean, they're out there making sure that people know what's going to happen, sirens and other things.
What I was going to say is we are out, all partners at the county, city, DHEC, National Guard, law enforcement, they're knocking on individual doors and telling people when to evacuate. And that doesn't mean the dam is broken. That means that there is a threat.
We're getting in front
and the
of it,
dam
right.
may or may not break. But just because we evacuate you is because we want to get 24 hours ahead of it so you have time to leave and we're not having to pick you off with a helicopter or something like that.
Well, our team has worked hard to make sure we're in front of all of this, so we actually plan 48 hours ahead and have through this entire process. We're going to continue to do that. We want to thank the media for continuing to get the good news out in terms of information and phone numbers and what people need to do, and we will continue to keep you informed as we go forward. Thank you, and we've all got to get back to work. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you. Well done.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference held by Nikki Haley this morning, the governor of South Carolina. As you heard, the fatality count is up to 14 now. Obviously, a really tragic situation there. South Carolina flooding, one of our top stories today. As you see right below me, I have listed a handful of the top stories this morning. Ron and I talked a little bit this morning about this new poll that came out where Donald Trump apparently is not in first place. In fact, according to this poll, Ben Carson is in first. I believe it's 24% to 17%. So Donald Trump is behind Ben Carson by about 7 points. Again, this is according to just one poll. But that's still a big deal because every other poll we've ever seen has Donald Trump in the lead. And there are still polls out there that show Donald Trump in the lead as well. Plus, another story that we talked about earlier today, we mentioned it to you yesterday as well, a pilot dying mid-flight on American Airlines. It was an overnight flight from Phoenix to Boston, a red-eye flight. That pilot was based here in Phoenix. However, he did live in Utah. And apparently mid-flight, he lost consciousness. He died. They made an emergency landing in Syracuse, and unfortunately that man did not survive. 57 years old. Really sad story there. And the other big headline, it's trending nationwide. We talked about it extensively on yesterday's broadcast. The fact that McDonald's has officially launched all-day breakfast. It kicks off today, October 6th, 11:31 a.m. is when it technically started because you can get breakfast until 10:30. Well, before you could get breakfast until 10:30. As of today, 10:31, you can get breakfast all day, all the time. Granted, it's not all of the breakfast options. You only have a limited selection of breakfast options. In fact, I'm going to show you a picture of the items that you can buy. This is the photo that I took yesterday when we had the McDonald's crew in-house. And this is a look at the all-day breakfast options. You can get Egg McMuffins, fruit and yogurt parfaits, oatmeal. You can get pancakes. You can get hash browns. These are some of the all-day breakfast offerings at McDonald's. I assume that it's chaotic at every McDonald's around the country. I cannot confirm that. However, my guess is it's possible. I do know that according to our McDonald's representative that was in here yesterday, he said that the first 24 people in line planning to buy breakfast at McDonald's today would get free McDonald's for a year. And he also mentioned that every hour on Twitter they'd be giving away free McDonald's breakfast for a year. So if you didn't leave home this morning, you missed out on your opportunity to get free McDonald's for a year in person at the 7th Street McDowell location. Fret not, because apparently there were opportunities every hour to win all-day breakfast. So I encourage you to get online, go on Twitter, and figure out how you can win breakfast every day for 365 days. Yes, I mean Egg McMuffins, hash browns, pancakes, whatever it is you want. On that note, we're going to continue some of our News Now coverage. We're going to go back to one of our top stories, the South Carolina flooding. Now, you just heard from Governor Haley. She gave us an update on some of the latest numbers and the latest conditions out in South Carolina. Well, there was another press conference held, I believe, by FEMA. This press conference by FEMA right after Governor Haley's press conference. So let's go ahead and watch and hear what these federal authorities had to say about the damaging flooding that has hit the East Coast.
For Richland, we had 100. St. Andrews Middle School, we had 95. Now, those numbers have dropped off somewhat this morning, and we'll see about tonight what those numbers look like. But we had a total of 360 people sheltered last night. The evacuation of those residents that continue to be isolated, where they're from roads being out, is one of our priorities. And once we can get to those folks, we can move them to a shelter if they don't have a place to stay. We are processing additional assistance requests through our EOC up to the state EOC, and we can resource any additional needs that we have from any agency and process those and get those resources on the way to us. We're in constant contact with all the agencies, and as I said, some assets that we do request have to come from other areas of the state, and it does take a while to get them here. But having said that, this morning seems to be the turn for that, and we're getting a lot of resources coming in to the county. We continue to have water distribution points. The city has several. The Convention Center, Walmart on Forest Drive. We have Landmark Drive, 3700 Forest Drive, Eastover Park, Gadsden Community Center, and we will open additional water distribution points as needed. We have mobile kitchens that are en route to Eastover and Gadsden to feed those that need food, and we will have additional mobile kitchens deployed as needed. Good news is the hospitals appear to be stable at this time because the water pressure has returned, and our critical infrastructure is being monitored as well. We have a lot of calls from volunteers that want to come in and help. We've set up a phone number to route those requests to, and that number is 929-6000. So anyone that wants to volunteer or has some goods or services that they want to volunteer, we would like to direct them to 929-6000. And while our garbage pickup has been suspended, we're working on alternate plans and a way to get the routes restored, and hopefully we'll announce that later today or tomorrow about when the garbage service will return to the residents. So that's a snapshot of where we are right now.
The curfews we've had for the last 2 nights have been very successful. People have abided by them. I've asked County Council to do another curfew tonight from 12 midnight until 6 a.m. We're changing hours up a little bit, giving some businesses the opportunity to open up if they can, and people to go out a little bit and eat. But after 12 midnight, we shouldn't have anybody out except for emergency people. So we're, again, asking people to stay in. And if you don't need to go out, don't go out. We still have too many spectators that are just riding around taking pictures and wanting to see the damage, and that's just contributing to the efforts that we've got that's hampering us a good bit. We are providing security at all the shelters and all the water stations. We don't want any issues to happen in these places, and they're very safe and secure, so I want people to think that if they get sent to a shelter that they may be in danger or something to happen. We've got those covered around the clock, so those are safe places. Not only do they have food and water and a cot to sleep on, but they're in a safe environment. We're maintaining that. We are having numerous strike teams or search and rescue teams that are out. We organized again this morning through the fire department. We've got multi-agency teams that are out that are going to various locations and checking, making sure that people are okay. As Michael Bird said, we still have some locations we're having difficulty getting to. We're slowly but surely we're getting there. The good thing is we do have water going down in some places. So without a big surge somewhere else right now, hopefully we can start stabilizing some of the problems that we've got. But the roads are still very dangerous. We're still having roads that are collapsing. So particularly our rural roads, we have to be very careful because we don't have barricades and cones up at all the places in the rural areas. We just haven't been able to get to them yet. So we're asking people to be careful when they drive, especially after dark. After 7 o'clock at night when it gets dark, it's going to be a lot more dangerous than it is during the daytime. But overall, we're getting all the resources we need. Aiken County Sheriff's Department supplemented us with 15 people today. We've got support coming in from Anderson County, Fairfield County. So law enforcement support is there. We've got plenty of manpower to handle anything that we need. South Carolina State Guard is also supplementing us, providing armed security too. So we've got cops on the street. We're not going to allow bad guys to take the opportunity of this disaster to do bad things. So we have enough cops on the street. We're going to maintain that. We're going to have high visibility, and we're going to make sure that that Richland County is a safe place, and we're going to keep it going like that.
Thank you. Just kind of give an update. We'll continue to go out. As Sheriff said, we do have strike teams. Excuse me. We do have strike teams that are out there. We've got about 6 teams that we put together, and they consist of at least 20 members in those teams. The areas that they're going to be concentrating on is going to be the Eastover, Gaston. We're going to be concentrating also in the Monticello Road area, across I-20. We'll be concentrating and we're going to be in 4 other locations. The goal is to really put a lot of resources, especially in the lower end, in the lower Richland part. Those are parts that we were unable to get in readily, so we're pumping a lot of resources down that way as we speak. I would say we got a lot of good cooperation from, like I said, from other agencies. We got water rescue people from as far as from Virginia Beach, also from Tennessee, North Carolina. So we've got a very good, large amount of people that we're deploying out today to try to get out, check homes. We're marking them as we go out to make sure there's no duplication of effort. On yesterday, we probably touched about somewhere around 1,800 homes yesterday, including a nursing facility, and we evacuated somewhere around 370, maybe 380 people yesterday, including a few pets on yesterday as well. So we're still out working hand in hand with all other agencies. And I do want to make a reference to what Mr. Burr said about the hospitals. Although the water pressure has risen somewhat, we still got tankers in town that can carry water, just in case there is a failure or something else happened, that not only for the hospital, but that we can deploy resources just in case we have a fire, because we got to have the water to take care of these issues. We do still have a few trucks that are on standby assisting these some private companies, so we can still pump the water up to the hospital. So we're working hand in hand with a lot of different agencies, and we want to make sure that the city of Columbia and Richland County is a safe place to be.
Give you an update at this point in time. We have recovered 7 bodies that are directly related to the flooding issue. Searching, as I said, the search is still continuing for other locations. I fear there probably will be a couple more, but at this point in time we have recovered 7. We have released the names of 6. The 7th one will, as soon as we finish with family, we'll have that name out today for you. All of these have been in vehicles or were in a vehicle and washed out of a vehicle. So all these were related to people traveling in vehicles.
Thank you. And just to go over again, our Ombudsman's office is now up and running. That number again is 929-6000 for citizens who need to call in for various issues. Please call into that number, and then whatever your issue is will be routed to the proper authorities. I want to say again that we give our hats off to the heroic actions of all of our first responders and law enforcement for the work that they've done. It's a tough task, and they've definitely stepped up to the task. So I definitely want to, like I said, take my hat off to them. For all our council members that are here as well, we've got all the council members have been hit hard in their various districts. They've been out helping citizens and out responding to calls, and have done a great job of making sure that the citizens are taken care of. So I know if you know your council members, please reach out to them as well throughout this process. At this time, we'll open it up for any questions.
Is the issue really broken up streets?
Yesterday, I had the opportunity to fly up to give an overview of what we have out there, and it's still a significant amount of flood out there. And the purpose of the strike team is twofold: to really try to get into those areas that we have not been able to get into using boats, high vehicles, whatever means necessary, but also to make sure that we check the areas that have already been flooded for anybody that may be inside those places. So that's kind of the purpose of strike team.
Can someone provide a status on Windsor Lake? Because there was some confusion this morning that there was a breach, and then there was reports there wasn't a breach.
There was not a breach at Windsor Lake, and that's something that we're addressing, is how the wrong information went out too quickly, which caused a panic. So what we're doing now is it will be verified by somebody on the ground before it's put out publicly. What we had was it went from one agency to another without verification, and then it was put out, and it did cause widespread panic. There is no breach at Windsor Lake whatsoever.
And I also want to say, to add to that a little bit, that this is a very chaotic process in a natural disaster like this. So sometimes the information won't be seamless. We definitely try to verify all information as it comes in to make sure we're getting proper information out to the public for their general safety. So it won't necessarily be seamless, but at the same time, these first responders and law enforcement are doing a great job of vetting information and trying to get the right information out to the public, and they've done a good job at that.
Sorry, another question, and I apologize because I'm from out of town and don't know the geography of this place really well. What I heard this morning is there's a lot of concern among authorities here about pressure on the dam at Lake Catherine. And Lake Catherine is receiving all this water that's flowing down into it. And there's a concern that dam might breach. How serious is that concern, and what would happen if it breached? And what can be done to keep it from breaching?
Well, we've had several breaches, and we've got an issue where with those various breaches, they funnel into other areas. But I will say that we are vetting each dam. We're working with our state government as well to vet those dams to make sure to see where they are. And right now we're in the assessment phase of seeing where some of these dams are. We did have some breaches yesterday, like Beaver Creek, but we're trying to assess these dams as we go and get the proper information out. Like you said before, information that was given this morning, what accurate, we got boots on the ground, and we verified that the upper Windsor was still intact, and we got that information back out. So.
Let me follow up on that just 1 minute. Fire chief and I, we have people on the ground monitoring that, so we will know when it happens or if it happens. One thing that's going in our favor right now is a lot of these lakes have already been drained. So if we do have another dam go, the water is actually going to flow a lot into an empty lake. So that has helped us out tremendously. So, but we have people that are 24/7 on these dams, and they are watching them. So we will know, if it starts to go, we'll have enough warning. And one more thing is, if we have a mandatory evacuation, we're asking residents abide by what we're saying. We don't want to carry people out of the house fighting and screaming. And yesterday we did have a mandatory evacuation, and people did cooperate with us. But if we put the word out that this is a mandatory evacuation, it's because you are in immediate danger at that point. If it's a voluntary, that's fine. We'll ask you for your next of kin, and then we'll go to the next house. But if it's mandatory, we want people, you got to go.
Follow-up question to Michael Bird.
I want to follow up about the Forest Lake Dam. There was a press conference yesterday afternoon with the Mayor Brunson of Forest Acres and the Police Chief, Chief Seeley. And at that point, it was, and this was about 6 o'clock in the evening, the water was about 4 feet below the top of that dam. There was no damage at all to it as of that point yesterday. Earlier I was watching a flyover in that area, and the water was still several feet below the top of that dam, and so it was in very good shape yesterday evening, and the waters have been receding. And as the sheriff said, with several of those lakes that have breached earlier, there's a lot of room for capacity for water to come. So that's looking in really pretty good shape right now.
Follow-up questions on dams to Michael Bird. Number one, we've heard the dams on Fort Jackson have broken. Can you give us some information about that?
I believe they had one that did break, possibly Lake Sims, but Fort Jackson is handling those themselves.
That would be in addition to the ones you said?
Yes, sir.
And secondly, I just want to be clear, is there a possibility that more dams might break, or do we have that fairly well contained now?
Yes, sir, there's a possibility we will lose more dams, but as the rain has stopped and the water is receding, that chance lessens. But we are still monitoring several dams. And to follow up on a question a minute ago, DHEC has a division that monitors dams, and they have resources to go out and do the engineering studies with the Corps of Engineers. So they are evaluating those dams.
Do you all have a sense of the number of homes that have been damaged by flooding at this point?
No, we don't. That's part of what we hope to determine as we begin going into the assessment phase. We do know that we do have a lot of damaged homes, and that number is going to be high. We know that.
That's what the strike teams are doing. They're out there now. They're actually assessing damage to homes, and they'll be bringing reports in. But those numbers will start coming in the next couple of days.
I know you spoke about getting outside help to help the local resources here, but is the National Guard going to be bringing in helicopters to drop off any sandbags at Beaver Dam?
The National Guard is here. They have those resources. And specifically about that one, I don't know, but they are working on several dams. I'm not sure it's Beaver Dam at this point.
Do you know if they will be using helicopters or vehicles on the ground?
I believe now it's just vehicles on the ground. Yeah, but they do have that capability. Yeah. Yes,
Can you say what phase of emergency management you're in, or food rescue?
We're still in emergency rescue phase, yes, ma'am. We sure are.
So I've got one more question. This is I wanted to address to the chairman. Mr. Chairman, is there any validity to the argument that's floating around South Carolina that this disaster has been exacerbated in part by the state government and state legislatures' decisions about funding roads and bridges? A lot of Democrats say that under Republican leadership, the roads and bridges in the state have not been kept up well, and that this is part of the problem.
Well, I think at this point, I think we've got some real serious. That's politics, and I think at this point we're more concerned about saving lives. We've got a lot of citizens in Richland County and in this state that are in need. We're evacuating citizens all over the state. So I think at this point we're more concerned about that and making sure that we're protecting the lives of the citizens of this county and of this state. So.
Do you have a count on how many bridges have been closed in Richland County? We know the one at Divine Street and Beltline, there's one at Kilburn and Shady Lane.
I will say, I don't know if we've got the full count.
Just approximately.
Yeah. It's 100 roads and bridges that have been shut down. I will tell you, our Public Works Department is, as we speak, on the roads, assessing our roads and bridges, trying to figure out which ones are shut down to get an accurate list. So although we're in recovery, we're making sure that we're doing some assessment with our Public Works to make sure we get a good list of what roads and bridges are out for our county.
Sheriff, have you been in the field today? Have you been in the field today?
Yeah, I will tell you, the sheriff is, everywhere I go, he's been there, so he's definitely been in the field. All right? That's it?
And I want to make a few statements about the Lower Richland area, and I appreciate everything that's been done thus far with the sheriff and the emergency response teams. Resources are now flowing in that direction. And like Mr. Byrd said, we've been briefed that there's going to be a mobile kitchen set up, and at that mobile kitchen, we're going to disperse out into the communities. There are quite a few people who are still shut in. Please use the 911 if it becomes an emergency. EMS is checking with CVS and Walgreens for me for diabetes medicine and also for high blood pressure medicine and also insulin. So they're checking for different medications that people are utilizing. I know there's been a hesitance of getting services out there, but believe me that now it's flowing. And I've been just briefed by our emergency staff. And Lower Richland High School, it is a location for people who can pick things up, but we also are pushing things out into the lower parts of the county. Thank you.
Do we have an estimate on how many families that are without homes? We have people on Burwell Drive, along Lake Catherine, Kings Grant, just all kinds of areas. We're talking more than 1,000?
That assessment is still taking place. It's even taking place in Lower Richland.
It's thousands, right?
Yes, sir. It has to be. Yeah. And again, I want to thank also those volunteers who've called me, called in. There's a group that came out of Charlotte to deliver water. They literally came in, dropped the water, and turned around and went back. And that's the people who are out there doing things. And I also want to thank all the churches that have opened their doors. Thank you all.
Chairman Rush, is there still going to be a county council meeting?
There will be no formal, we traditionally on the second and first and third Tuesday we have a council meeting. There will be no council meeting tonight. There is at 6 p.m., but there is a 3 o'clock special call meeting to specifically discuss the emergency response from this point forward. So we are getting together to discuss that. I will say the regular session council meeting is postponed until Monday at 6 p.m. All right, is that it? Well, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference. So you have seen all the press conferences today related to the flooding in South Carolina. I'm just moving over because Jeff Moriarty will be joining me momentarily. While we wait for Jeff Moriarty's arrival and the Tech Talk discussion, I'm just going to recap some of the top stories for today. Obviously, we just heard the latest in the South Carolina flooding. 14 people now have died in the state of South Carolina as a result of that unfortunate flooding. In fact, I'm going to play some video for you because we have such crazy video of the flooding that's taken place. Let me just go ahead and pull up some of that video for you guys. This is the video of a car being... Lots of different video. More flooding video. This video of University of South Carolina students getting water bottles together. As Ron and I talked about earlier today, obviously the flooding has resulted in many people without access to clean drinking water because of the conditions there. So looks like these students at the University of South Carolina getting water ready for delivery. Lots of flooding. Here's some video of some flooded neighborhoods in South Carolina as well. Obviously, some crazy images. Again, Governor Nikki Haley saying it's the worst storm to hit the state in 1,000 years. So it's pretty crazy. Jeff Moriarty, you were just joining me for my top headlines.
How are you?
I'm good. I was just letting our viewers know some of the details. showing them some of the video from South Carolina. So that's a big story. We've been talking about it.
Crazy
Since
amount of
the
rain over
weekend.
there. And have you talked about my, I won't say favorite, but like most intriguing story of all of that? The coffins?
No, I was waiting for you, actually. I mentioned it yesterday on air when Linda was up here and we were talking about it briefly, I believe.
Yeah, it's the water table is so high there that water gets in there, saturates the ground, and it almost becomes like soup, and then coffins have been floating to the surface.
They haven't sent us any of that video, thankfully.
There's some pictures online of it happening. That was actually a huge problem after Hurricane Katrina.
Right.
A lot of the recovery involved basically identifying remains that people had already died and had been buried. And
Oh my gosh.
I can't even imagine.
And then here's some other video I haven't showed the viewers yet. This sent to us overnight. A giant sinkhole in Clarendon County, South Carolina. It's pretty crazy, guys. Pretty crazy indeed.
Yeah.
And some other top stories, obviously, all-day breakfast. Really important, guys. If you live near McDonald's or you're just a big fan of McDonald's breakfast, I suggest you go to McDonald's today because today is the big day.
Huge. I can't believe. Now, I guess not every breakfast item is going to be offered?
No, it's
or-
very limited. It's only the items that were brought to us here in studio yesterday. We had egg McMuffins. You could get sausage McMuffins. You could get pancakes.
The oatmeal.
Oatmeal. The fruit and yogurt parfait. Can I just point something out that I did not point out yesterday?
What are you going to point out?
Both the oatmeal and the fruit and yogurt parfait, you could already get all day. Yeah.
So you're saying they shouldn't be serving those, or
No,
what do you...
you should. But I guess it's not as special because they were like, oh, now you can get all these breakfast items all day. When in reality, I know from personal experience that you could already get the oatmeal at 2 p.m. You could already get the fruit and yogurt parfait at 7 p.m.
Maybe you couldn't, and maybe it was just something they only offered to you because you went in and you looked like super tired, and they're like, "Oh, can we please get this poor lady some breakfast? Can we get her some oatmeal?" Oh.
Anyways, that's probably not true, Jeff.
It's probably not.
Also, pilot dies mid-flight. That was very sad.
Yeah, that.
American Airlines pilot died, I guess overnight, or I guess you could say early Monday morning. Red eye, Phoenix to Boston. Never made it quite to Boston.
No, I think it was still the closest airport, so they didn't divert. They continued at the co-pilot.
They did. They stopped in Syracuse.
Oh, did they?
They
Oh, I'm
landed
sorry, I
in
thought they-
Syracuse. Yeah, they landed in Syracuse, and that's where they tried to get him some medical attention. He died, and then they took all the passengers. The passengers boarded another plane and eventually made their way to Boston, Massachusetts. And then Trump falls in the polls, which is another major headline. Again, this is just one poll. There are other polls out there that still show Trump in the lead, but this one poll happens to have Ben Carson up by 7 points, which is kind of a big deal.
Wow.
And crazy, I'm just looking over there right now, and it looks like we have some crazy images coming in right now because of
Rain
the
hitting, yep.
rain, which was the other big headline, which is not listed there, but I did
The
start the
weather.
show with it. Boom, guys. That's what it looks like outside right now.
That's
So there's
beautiful.
that.
I love this cloudy, cool weather in the morning. This is what it's all about.
Right.
So, you didn't
Yes.
invite me up here to talk clouds, though, did you?
Well, maybe. Is there a tech element that you could perhaps
Well, we could talk about
connect?
like cloud seeding and so on, but that's not what I'm here for today. We'll do weather modification and technological control of our ecosystem a different time.
So what are you here to talk about, Jeff?
Well, I know you wanted me to talk about the Peeple app. We can talk about the brand new Moments with Twitter. And there was one other thing that I saw that I was going to mention, and what was it?
That I don't know, Jeff. That I don't.
Onset of my Alzheimer's. We could talk about that. Anyway, well, let's talk about people. People who need people. So Peeple is a very interesting little app that the owner, or the creator of it, listed as a Yelp for people. And
Quite disturbing.
She gave an interview where she said, "Hey, this is a app I've got coming up. It's going to come out in November, and it's called Yelp for People." And then the world exploded.
Well, the internet exploded last week. It was trending nationwide. Most people very angry, very upset. High-profile people tweeting about how angry they were about it. For example, Chrissy Teigen, who has a huge social media influence, wife of John Legend, really upset about the app.
Yeah, and it was interesting because she didn't say that much about it, but that Yelp for People took off. And in one day, she went from being pretty much unknown to a viral celebrity. She wasn't quite as hated as the guy who bought the pills and raised the price from $13 to $750, but she was up there. People were really not happy with this woman. So it's Peeple, P-E-E-P-L-E.
Right there, yeah.
And interestingly, she's taking down almost all the info of it. So I was doing kind of a catch-up today and seeing what had happened. And she said that the biggest mistake she made was calling it Yelp for People, and that's not what it was intended to be. A lot of people were concerned that it was going to be used for bullying, and it was going to be used for harassment. And she said, absolutely not. No way. It's about positivity and enforcement. So, or about like self affirmation kind of stuff. So first you have to opt in, right? You can't, I couldn't just peep you. I don't know what the...
We don't know what the term is yet. It hasn't become its own verb.
Yeah, it's funny when something comes out, then you got to figure out what the verbing is of it and
like
everything
you're going to Google something, or you're going to, I'm going to snap this, I'm going to Periscope that, I'm going to tweet this, I'll Facebook that.
In People, it felt like the short version would be peep, but that's wrong. So anyway, whatever. So People. So if I was going to people you, we'll just go with that for now. You would have to opt in to create the account, and you approve all the comments.
See, that wasn't how it was explained before at all. Before, the things I was reading last week is that anyone could create a profile for you as long as they had your phone number, your contact info. They could create a profile for you.
And what I'm understanding is she's saying a lot of that was complete misinformation, and people just ran with it, and that's why she's taken down a lot of the info. And she said, "I'm still releasing it. I haven't given it up, but I realized with the backlash of this, I need to come out and present this a lot more the way that I want it right now."
Either way, though, backlash or not, that was the best publicity she could have possibly gotten.
Oh, everybody's going to check it out when it comes out.
Everyone is now going to look into it, whereas before, had there not been this controversy, had she explained it as accurately as she is now explaining it, people wouldn't have cared as much.
Yeah.
The fact that there was controversy to begin with means she will probably be making a lot of money off this app.
Yeah. So I don't know, if you do have to opt in to be a peeper, and then you couldn't be a peepee, just that whole... I didn't come up with the name. Don't look at me. I would not have done the marketing this way on it. I'm just rolling with it. But one of the interesting thing that makes me think she's sincere, and it's always hard to tell online, but the post that I was reading from her actually said, you know what, I've got a first-hand experience. I've watched in the past 24 hours me going from, hey, I've got this cool little app that I want to do that I think is a good thing, to having all of these people say all these horrible things about me, and I've got no control over it. It's the last thing that I would want to do to somebody else. If you Google my name, you see all these horrible things saying that I'm a vicious, shallow, nasty person. That's not what I want to do. It's exactly not what I want to have happen to anyone else. So she really sounded like she was not just saying, oh, no, you people misunderstood me, which is probably what anyone's, like the guy with the pills, right?
Right.
Is, oh, no, you don't understand. I'm really a good guy. And everyone went, sure you are.
Oh, the internet.
Yes, internet. But she actually sounds like she's looked at this and said, hey, this is really a rough situation, and to prove it, this is what happened to me, and I would not want to make an app to do this to other people. So We shall see. But that is the latest in the Peeple drama.
Interesting. Maybe people will be written about in People. Okay, that's such...
Wake up, sheeple.
Anyways. Patio saying maybe it should be called Peephole. Billy Z. Cruisin saying I won't be looking into it. Seems ridiculous to me. Billy Z. Cruisin adds it'd be peeping if people want to see what is posted about a particular person. King Mino saying, oh my God, the way Jeff explained the entire thing about people just cracks me up. King Mino saying, yelp for people, sounds like trolling Haven. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
there are, you probably don't know this, Samia, because everybody loves you, but there are some mean people on the internet.
no, I know about them.
You read stories?
I've heard about these evil people. But you know what? You just gotta take it with a grain of salt if you are the subject or target of these evil people.
Yeah, it's tough though, because psychologically we're wired to respond more to negative. You know, you can get 99 compliments, but it's the one insult that just sticks in your head and you just can't get it out. Again, you probably don't know this because nobody ever says bad things about you, but the rest of us, that happens sometimes.
You're so kind. But those are lies. Anyways, let's move on. We've gone from People app. Let's move on to Twitter moments.
Okay, it took me a second to figure out with you now.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So go ahead and open this. Go to twitter.com, and we'll have to look at it before you put it on the screen, just because it's kind of a new thingy here.
Do I log in?
But when you, log in. So Twitter just announced this. Twitter's having a rough time. Click the lightning bolt. That guy. And shrink it down and just kind of eyeball it, make sure there's nothing weird there, because I haven't looked at it too much. So Twitter has announced something called
So can I
Moments.
put this on the screen now?
I think so, just as long as you're sure we're not going to get anything too weird down there.
Well, I'm never quite sure.
It's part of your charm. I think actually you want the whole thing. I think the stuff on the left includes it as well. So Twitter for a while has had trends, and trends saying here the most talked about topics within Twitter. But now what they actually have is this whole mentions thing, which is sort of an moments. I can call it mentions. It's moments. You can find it on the iOS app, on the Android app, and on the website. You click the little lightning bolt, and it will show you the current topics and sort of curated ideas or major stories going on. And as you can see, it brings in video.
That's
it
pretty
brings
cool.
in. It is very cool. So
18 breached dams causing mandatory evacuation. Here, they haven't updated it. It's 14 people have died in the flood, not 11.
okay, read that story about Tom Hanks.
Academy Award winner Tom Hanks found Lauren Fordham's ID in the park and took to Twitter to return it to her. Maybe an A-lister, but he's also a good Samaritan.
Now, wasn't it you that we found a ID together way back when?
Yes, I did. And I took to Facebook, tracked the girl down, and managed to find her. She had dropped her license in downtown. It was a California license.
Yeah.
I think that's why it stood out, because I picked it up thinking it was mine. And instead, it was this girl. Her name was Christy. Her name probably still is Christy. And we connected.
You and Tom Hank are basically like the same person.
We're pretty cool.
Yeah. So
I'm also a good Samaritan. Look at that.
That's pretty good. Okay, so anyway, you and your puns. So you've got everything from news stories, you've got stuff about the immigration, the migrant crisis, to sort of this ability to drill down. Here you're going into the all-day breakfast hashtag.
How long have you been serving breakfast? All day.
So again, be careful what you click on in here. I don't know how curated it is or what other media outlets have stuff on here, but if you keep scrolling down, you'll see there's a little corgi and a...
won't let me scroll anymore.
No? Maybe it's the bottom?
Yeah, I think I've got...
So this is brand new. It's designed to give more of a snapshot shot into what people are talking about on Twitter. Twitter is difficult for a lot of people who just, it's just overwhelming. They don't get it. You know, if you're not part of that discussion, then you're not a Twitter user. It seems very opaque. Whereas this is a way that you can actually get in there and kind of see what's going on. So kind of cool. You can see they've got different categories today up there: news, sports, entertainment. So you could look at entertainment right now, see what's going on there. Or just give me the mouse and I can do it.
I was reading the comments in the chat room. They're all talking about Periscope in the chat room.
So you can see if you've got a specific area.
Chick-fil-A's grand opening in New York was huge.
Really? I didn't know. I'm
I could
kind
be
of surprised
a
they
fast
weren't
food
there already.
expert. Dr. Ken premieres. That's interesting. I heard it's not very good, but no comment.
The Martian, see, that's more my kind of area there.
Rihanna called Rachel Dolezal a hero. That's not on here, but it was trending nationwide on Twitter this morning.
Yeah. So anyway, so check that out if you're looking for the buzz and cool stories going on. Just go to twitter.com and look for the lightning bolt, and that is Moments.
There, guys.
Yeah. And there was another tech story, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my...
That's okay. We can save it for a future Tech Talk because it's 12 o'clock, meaning we're going to transition from Tech Talk to the Mike Page hour and a half. I was going to say Mike Page hour, but I knew there was an extra half hour in there. The
Bonus.
Page hour.
Bonus Mike. That's
Moments with Mike. Mike moments. Mike on the mic. That's what it was. We're doing Mike on the mic.
Really?
Yep. That's going to be what this lower third says soon. So, guys.
That is fascinating.
On that note, I'm going to show you guys the weather outside because it's pretty crazy.
It's not frightful.
I know that someone in the chat room
delightful.
had asked to see the radar, so I'm going to put that up right now. And Mike will be joining you momentarily, guys.
All right, guys, let me get set up here, and we'll show you some amazing Sky Fox chopper footage of rain in the valley. It's red. Just wanted to go to the chopper footage there, and then it went all red on me, and it looks like it is back. So we will take that instead of the tower cam. Here we go. Look at that. All right now you are looking at Sky Fox in Tempe, and look at that lightning bolt. Yeah, lightning bolt just struck. It's over at the I-10 and 60 right now. And, woo, we just captured a lightning bolt right there. So let me update the graphics here for you, and we'll get going. So very, very dark skies today. Let me shift on over to our tower cam here as well, and you can just see, look at that. Dark, dark skies on this Tuesday afternoon. Going back to chopper. You can see with live radar right here where the storm cell is, and the area that it's really being pinpointed right now from our Fox Vision right here on Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate everybody watching. It just continues to get darker and darker. Let me know what it's like in your neighborhood and see if you are getting any rain yet. Pretty soon we're not even going to be able to see anything. Look at this. Very, very dark skies. And look at this other shot I'm going to bring you here from our tower cam. Look at this. Watch this. Wow. It's a total takeover right now of storms in the valley on this October 6th. Right now the temperature is currently 77 degrees. Probably going to be going down after this. As Sky Fox continues to track this weather, we're going to go to our live radar as well. And you can see the cell just really, really just lighting up the area. Okay, this is coming from the National Weather Service. Storms moving 30 miles per hour north into Buckeye, Avondale. I-10 will be capable of 40 mile per hour winds and dime-size hail. That is coming from NWS Phoenix as they are tracking a major storm. So once again, storms moving 30 miles per hour north into Buckeye, Avondale area. I-10 will be capable of 40 mile per hour winds with possible dime-size hail. So be on the lookout if you are in that West Valley there. We just got this in. Coming up, this just happened at 12:14. Severe thunderstorm warning for Casa Grande will expire. However, strong storms continue in the area with the potential for small hail through 1 p.m. That is the latest from the National Weather Service. Storms are moving 30 miles per hour north into Buckeye, Avondale area. I-10 will be capable of 40-mile-per-hour winds, so if you have anybody or nobody that is going to be going out or going to be encountering this storm, let them know. All right, now our chopper is heading into Ahwatukee. Looks like we got a little situation here. Let's see if we see any roads. Roads are already getting very wet here, and looks like cars are trying to take their time, but some are not. So we will monitor that. Ooh, look at that right there. See, going a little too fast, and yeah, it's becoming a problem already on these roadways here in Ahwatukee. That guy just slammed right into the water, going probably about 35 miles per hour, and he's lucky he didn't fishtail or something. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Boy, I hate seeing the... Oh, wow. You don't know how deep it is until you're too late. That's the problem. Just in from the National Weather Service, central Phoenix area storms continue to march north into downtown Tempe, Glendale with winds exceeding 40 miles per hour with heavy rain possible. This roadway is going to get washed out pretty quickly. Once again, too many cars are taking too many risks here. Just a matter of time before someone gets caught up in this. Hopefully that is not the case. As you can see now, cars are swerving as they're seeing more and more rain on this roadway. But still going fast. I mean, there's no reason to be zipping around these water-clogged roadways. We're just going to switch right on over to the our live Fox Vision Doppler. And you can see storms just making their way through the valley. We'll go back to Sky Fox now. Looks like there's already an issue at this intersection. It's amazing how many cars just continue to try to go through it. Look at this. This roadway is going to get bad fast. Let's see if these cars can make it out before getting washed out. It's amazing that they're trying to go through this. We are now hearing thunder right by our studios downtown Phoenix. Thunder is happening. Right here, this is 48th Street and Elliott at this intersection where it is getting rough at this intersection here. Boy, just people continue to try to go through it. Wow, look at this. We are now getting a lot of rain by our downtown studios right outside as rain is coming. This is right here at 48th Street and Elliott. Man, people continue to try to make these risky bets with their cars and their safety and everyone's safety as they try to make their way through here. As you can see, we're looking at a very flooded roadway here at 48th Street in Elliott. You are watching Fox 10 News Now live stream of rain in the valley on October 6th. Who said the monsoon's over? Who said it's over? Okay, we can see a UPS driver on his route. Probably didn't expect any rain today. There you can see our live Fox Vision radar as storms are in the valley. And look at this scene right here. So as you can see, we have flooding on several roadways here in the East Valley already. Cars are still going through them, taking risk after risk. Here's the latest on our live Fox Vision radar. National Weather Service just said heavier rainfall now coming with the storms, so watch for flooded intersections and roadways, as we have been seeing already thanks to our very own Sky Fox. You can see here Sky Fox is showing this rain runoff right here. You are watching Fox 10 News Now. We are tracking rain in the valley on October 6th. Big storm just came on through. We appreciate everybody watching this Fox 10 News Now stream as we continue to track rain in the valley thanks to Sky Fox aerials. Looks like a golfer there. He's saying, "What is happening to this golf course?" You can see here from our live Fox Vision radar, our storm cells still in the valley here. This cell is right over North Scottsdale. As you can see, Mountain View Road there in the yellow and the orange. Going back to Sky Fox, give you a live look at aerials here of running water. Here's what the rest of the week and next week will look like. Temperatures going back up. 95s across the board next week. It's a little 93 action on Wednesday, next Wednesday. We thank you all for watching this Fox 10 News Now live stream. We got rain on October 6th there, folks, in the valley, so we are covering that for you this afternoon. We appreciate everybody watching, of course. From our very own Linda, she is seeing, look at this, traffic crawling on I-10 through Phoenix, heavy rain, low visibility. Look at the picture she snaps. Be careful if you know anybody out on those roadways there. It's coming from our own Linda Williams. You could follow her at Linda W. Fox 10. Take a look at this shot of I-10 and 35th Avenue from one of the ADOT cameras. Be careful, everybody, if you know somebody out there on those roadways. As you can see here, this is from the National Weather Service. They did issue an urban and small stream flood advisory for central Maricopa County in south central Arizona. That's until about 3:30. We appreciate everybody watching this Fox 10 News Now stream as Sky Fox is just out there tracking rain in the valley. We appreciate everybody watching this afternoon. Who would have thought October 6th, we're still covering storms. It's the beauty of Arizona. You really just never know what kind of weather you're gonna get. These are images we are getting from our viewers on our Fox 10 Facebook page. So if you have any weather in your area, please just snap us some pictures and put them right there on our Facebook page. Desiree, as you can see here, is even featuring video that she uploaded. Awesome. Love to see rain coming down. You know, we don't get to see it too often, but when we do, we love to see it. Look at that, hailing in Buckeye, thanks to our fan, Dan. Look at that shot. So, a lot of action already happening this afternoon. In Coolidge, Amanda with this hail shot. Look at the hail that came down in Coolidge. So we really, at these times, when there's weather situations, we really appreciate when our fans do come through and provide us with these images, because that way we can really showcase the valley, because you guys are our eyes and ears so many times, and we appreciate when you have those amazing pictures and videos that you do send them to us. So it's very easy. All you got to do is right on our Facebook page, Fox 10 Phoenix. We are the most social in the valley for a station. And you can see we have so many likes, so many Twitter followers. It's not an accident. So, as we continue to cover these storm today. We appreciate everybody. If you are able to safely take a picture or video, just upload it right to our Facebook page. We will get it on the air. We'll get it on News Now, of course, and you might even see your video or picture on air today. So that is a great incentive. This is from Samantha, Peoria, and I-17. You can see that storm cell over there. That was just uploaded about 5 minutes ago. So, as you can see, we're showcasing these things in real time. Thanks again to Amanda for showcasing us that picture. Samantha and them have been really all over it. Right now you are looking at around 59th Avenue and Buckeye. Out in the West Valley now is our Sky Fox, trying to cover all the angles of this storm. We appreciate everybody watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Coming up on 1 p.m. Really started covering this straight up at noon. As you can see, sometimes our shot does go in and out. We do apologize for when that does happen, but it does usually come right back up, as you can see there. Rachel, our awesome fan, is saying heavy rain at 99th Avenue and Camelback. Thank you so much for that. Right now they're around 59th Avenue and Buckeye. Is our very own Sky Fox getting these amazing aerials once again of rain in the valley. October 6th. We are not done yet. Look at this. Armando just posted this. This is what's so great about social media is we can showcase it. Amazing. 27th Avenue in Glendale. And look at that. Just rain coming down. Thank you for that, Armando. Let's take a look at this video. This is in Buckeye just moments ago. Andrea just uploaded this to our Facebook page. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's what makes social media so great, is that we can just showcase this right away for you. We appreciate everybody watching this Fox 10 News Now stream of rain in the valley, October 6th, 2015. This video in Goodyear. Thank you, Kayla. We'll showcase that. So yeah, a lot of action. Both West and East Valley is getting it today. We will go now back to our very own Sky Fox. Let me just get that. Let me kill that audio. We don't like to hear that. Beautiful shot there of Sky Fox. You can see downtown Phoenix there in your upper right as the storm is now slowing down traffic. Everybody's headlights are on as it is getting a little bit darker out there. We continue to get great video in from our viewers. Take a look at this. This is from Buckeye by Kathy, just posted on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. So if you have any captured video or pictures, we'd love to see it. It's very easy. All you got to do is share it with us. We're going to put it on the news. We're going to put it on News Now. So no questions there. We are the most social TV channel in the Valley, of course. There's really no accidents there. Back live out to Sky Fox here. West Valley, you can see lots of rain in the area. I'm going to go back out to some of the latest images and videos that our fans have been sharing with us. Susan, thank you so much. Over the white tanks just before 1 p.m. And boy, is that a funnel? Look at that shot. Beautiful shot by Susan Rogers. We appreciate it so much. We appreciate everybody watching this Fox 10 News Now stream of rain in the valley, both east and west side getting it. So lots of action, and our fans have been just amazing by posting some amazing videos and pictures already to our Fox 10 Facebook page. You can see Camelback Mountain right there as lots of rain in the area still. Some more shots that we will be featuring from our viewers sending us in video clips. This is Toby in Avondale. We'll play that video. Showing us the sky there. Going back out live to Sky Fox Camelback Mountain here. Hopefully no one's hiking today. All right, Corey's here.
Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah.
I've kind of a long torso. So I'm going to be out of the frame. Is this the best chair we have?
I don't... What about this chair?
It's exactly like this one.
Yeah.
No, it's all right.
Isn't that something?
I'm going to walk out of the frame here for a second,
Yeah,
so
great.
stand by.
Yes. We got Corey coming to tell us, give some insight on the rain that we've been seeing here.
Yeah, as I always
There we
say,
go.
it's time to scramble the F-16s. It's raining now.
Yep.
For those of you who grew up in the valley, it's not nice to brag, but we've seen rain before.
That's true.
But this is impressive. for
Yes.
sure. It's really pouring out there, and some folks are definitely going to see some troubles, some street flooding and so forth. So can we bring up the radar and show you what's what?
Yes. All right, so we got... That's what we have so far.
It's that would be my... Oh, 1 second.
Yep.
Phil, for 30
Will do. Corey's going to come right back. Sky Fox now heading to a different scene. We appreciate everybody watching on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Here we are. Rain in the valley. All right, now we got it up.
Sorry about that, buddy.
Yep.
All right, so if you live anywhere within the city limits of Phoenix or Litchfield Park, Goodyear, blah, 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 you're really taking a beating. So this is what we're showing you now. You can see all of this rain in motion. So keep your eyes on the southern skies for sure. I see we've got Skyfox up and running as well. So we'll cut to those pictures here in a moment. But I want to take you in close here and show you who's getting the worst of it. First of all, we'll take you right into kind of the area just west of the airport in Scottsdale. That would be, say between there and the 51. You can see the rain just starting to really crawl its way northward. This is a cell that's very heavy. It's about between, the top end is right up there around Greenway Road, but it stretches down past Cactus, kind of following the 51 all the way down.
Wow.
It stretches over into the Sunny Slope neighborhood too, and it is intense. There's going to be some hail within this storm, about dime size, probably not enough to ruin your car, but you might want to move things in if you just want to be safe about it. But it's an intense storm for sure. As we swing things over into Glendale, right along Grand Avenue, the rain is obviously coming down pretty heavily.
Yeah,
If
look
you
at
see
that color.
Those deep orange colors, they mean an awful lot of action. So we'll follow it on down now. That's what we're seeing on the left side of the screen there, or your phone, whatever you're watching this on. That would be the junction of the 101 and I-10 out there in Goodyear. And you can see the rain really pushes heavily down to the east side of Tolleson, and then on out I-10 you get into Litchfield Park, between Litchfield Park and the 101. That's some more heavy rainfall, and it stretches all the way over to the 303. That's what we're looking at there. That used to be the worst road in America when it rained. Now the 303 is a nice big wide freeway.
Yes. Now, how much longer can people expect this?
Oh, this is probably going to be an all-day sucker here.
Wow.
It's likely to continue on and off through the afternoon hours, but by tomorrow it should be a thing of the past. So,
and it seems like it's just sitting there, right?
Well, we don't have it in motion
Yeah.
right now. We're just kind of showing you where the heaviest rain is falling. It is moving generally from south to north. Now I've swung you up here along I-17 and the Carefree Highway, which is just south of Anthem. So the rain is just starting to cross over Carefree Highway up there around the Ben Avery shooting range, if you are familiar with that neck of the woods. And as you follow this farther to the south, it also is very intense. And you know what it's like to drive in this kind of rain on a freeway, especially. Everybody slows down, and they should. So just extra caution out there for sure. So we'll try to get it back in motion for you here, and you can see how it's all kind of welling up from the south and pushing up into the valley. So we're finally getting it. This morning it was everyone but us.
Yeah.
Now, fun times. If you love a good hard rainstorm, man, we've got it for you for sure.
And we've been getting some great pictures in from our viewers. This one is from Susan. Now, is that a funnel there, or is that just a little? No, that's just
a kind of a raggedy cloud there.
Yeah.
We haven't had any reports yet of any kind of, only one severe thunderstorm, and that was over near Casa Grande.
Okay.
Kim should be sending a link in Slack. We saw a tweet. Somebody asked us. They saw this kind of weird cloud swirling at.
Oh, this one right here. Is that the one?
No, it's a different one. Should be getting it in Slack.
Okay.
In a second, and I'd love to get.
All right. Jeff Moriarty weighing in. Well, was it video?
That one right there. Yeah, this one right there.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's take a look at it. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Look at that time lapse. Wow.
That's got quite a twist to it, doesn't it?
Play it one more time.
And she's up in the Anthem area?
Yes.
Well, I would say that bears watching for sure. It's not a funnel cloud. It hasn't achieved any shape yet, but boy, with that kind of rotation, I would say if you're up in the Anthem area, you might want to stay indoors for now, because you have a lot of heavy weather moving your way, even if that doesn't develop into anything very strong, or a funnel cloud, that is. We do see very heavy rain just south of Anthem, and it'll be moving into your neighborhood before long. That, I admit, that is That's
something.
a pretty impressive twist on that thing. Can we go back to the
Yes.
the radar there?
Yep.
And we'll take one more quick tour around.
Yeah, let's take a look.
We'll try to take. It'll take a while to get back to that look at Anthem, but again, we'll just show everyone what's happening now. If you haven't, if you're just joining us now, but you're looking at the junction of the 51 and the 101. That's
Okay.
the northern edge of the 101 there. So rain continues to move from south to north, kind of following the 51 down that way, then on into central Phoenix, and man, is it coming down!
Look at that.
Really, right around Glendale Avenue and the 17 and both sides of the 17, it is pouring. That is, when you get into those red, deep red colors, Mike, that's coming down probably at the rate anyway of half an inch to more than that per hour.
Wow.
It's not going to sit on us for an hour, but that's very intense rainfall. And it stretches all the way down there into the Goodyear-Tolleson area, back west here to Litchfield Park, and then on over to the 303. So now let's swing things. That's the junction of the 303 and the 10 there, but we'll push things out west and then move ourselves on up to Anthem, where to south of there anyway, where we just caught that that rotation in that cloud
Sure.
there. And so this would be the northern edge of wherever that video was shot, and we're told that was North Phoenix / Anthem, according to the person who sent in this video. I think that was Ashley was her name.
Yeah.
Thanks for capturing that, by the way.
We'll play it one more time here. It's great video, though.
Yeah. So if you're up in that neighborhood and you've got any video for us, please send it on in. We'd love to see it. But it's safe to say that if you're heading north on the 17, you're going to be driving under some very, very
Definitely. And it just really goes to show you that the monsoon really has no date. I mean, it doesn't matter that it's right.
Yeah. And I don't even. This is just a good old-fashioned collection of thunderstorms. It's not terribly hot out.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it is very, very humid. We've got this kind of a chilly. I don't often like to talk like a weather nerd. Kind of a cold upper level area of low pressure. So our temperatures are nice and cool, but it's even colder up in the upper atmosphere. So the difference between the two is enough to really cause these thunderstorms to really get popping. So even though it's nice and cool out, you kind of expect this kind of weather on a hot, humid summer afternoon. But it's always about the difference in temperature, not one particular temperature.
Okay.
So it's kind of chilly up in the upper atmosphere. So enough to get these things going. Can we pull up Sky Fox?
Yes, we
at
can.
all?
There we go.
I love your command center here.
Yes, right.
This is fun. Well, Sky Fox has been up all morning long.
Yeah, and
there's
into
lots
the-
to see. It looks like I'm not even sure which part of the valley we're in right now. We are communicating with Sky Fox audio-wise right now, but we love seeing the pictures. But boy, we don't get many these days. These nice low clouds. And,
No, and what do you
cool
think?
temps.
What do you think when it's all said and done? What do you think some of the totals will be?
Oh, I'm sure we'll see some spots with certainly an inch or an inch and a half of rainfall. Some of these really intense thunderstorms. So, if you live in an area that's really prone to trouble once we get heavy rain like that, then you might want to keep an eye out. Now that thunderstorm we were just watching pushing into the Anthem area, that looks very strong. That would be kind of just above the W in Sun City West, in the word West, Sun City West, not in the town. That's way out.
Yeah.
Farther there, but that's the 17 that runs through the W in West. That blue area with the yellow center. The blue indicates some hail in that storm, and storms are pretty intense once they get hail going. So, again, all eyes to the south.
And how common or uncommon is this for some rain activity in October?
Well, it's not out of the question. Not the usual though. Usually, once we kind of kiss the monsoon goodbye, as you said, we're usually feeling like we can all relax because the humidity is kind of low, and there's not as much fuel for storms. But right now, this low has dragged a lot of moisture in with us, so it's got enough punch to keep things going. But
And when you came in this morning, what did you see on the radar? Did you think it was going to be? Did you sit? Ooh, it's going to be active today, or
yeah, it looked like the afternoon hours would be busiest for the valley, but it was already raining north up around the Grand Canyon and then stretching back toward Kingman and along the Colorado River. So it looked like, and the forecast was for thunderstorms this afternoon if we got them, and so that proved to be true. They really should taper off overnight, though, and we should wake up to some sunshine tomorrow. But until then, man, we're going to deal with this. Okay, now we're getting a little bit better look from Sky Fox. I'm not sure if there's a way that... Hold on. On your screen there, you're seeing the White Tank Mountains way off in the distance there. Sky Fox is kind of way down, sort of on the front of the Estrella Mountains, moving west. So we're kind of flying toward Los Angeles, but what you're seeing off in the distance would be the White Tanks, and boy, it is really coming down. I'm not a big fan of being in Sky Fox when it's really raining. I've only done it a couple of times, so I respect the abilities of our pilots. But
yeah, look at that. It's just
that's
coming down good.
Shot. So we're kind of over the foothills of the Estrella Mountains there, looking all the way out toward the White Tanks. That's a beautiful shot there.
And so you think it could pretty much all into the afternoon? We could.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty busy out there. You'll want to keep your eyes on the southern skies for sure. And if we get any severe weather, we'll pop in with any warnings. But so far, there is a flood advisory out for the valley. Not a severe thunderstorm warning, but a flood advisory. Or an urban and small stream flood advisory. So that means just be advised. You're going to see water kind of ponding on the roads, and the ditches are going to be filling up on either side of the rural roads, so just be extra careful. It looks like it's coming down in some spots, as you saw it, at a pretty intense rate. So I know from sad experience many years ago how the ditches can fill up on these rural roads, and when they do, then the water comes across the road, and you could be cruising along and suddenly hit an inch or two of water.
Yeah.
And that's always a mess. So anyway, I got to pop out for the moment.
All right. Well, thank you.
If
Corey, so much for stopping by.
Oh, my pleasure, Mike.
Thank you.
And Dave Muncie will be in by 5.
Yes,
he'll be in long before that.
Yeah.
He loves a big weather day like this.
Yes.
Even after 40 years.
It's amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much, Corey.
See you, buddy.
We appreciate it. So we'll continue to watch as Sky Fox goes over the West Valley. Our big thanks to Corey for stopping by and providing his expertise on this October 6th rain activity in the valley. We appreciate everybody watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. You are, if you're just happening to join us this afternoon, we've been tracking weather since about noon. Just when I came on, we flipped on over to Sky Fox and started showing you the radar, and lots of activity to be seen. We will start to once again feature our awesome viewers who continue to send us awesome pictures in. This is from Gabriella. Thank you so much. Just about 2 minutes ago on our Fox 10 Facebook page. Looks like we have a video here from Adam. He's saying something freaky. Look at that great video he sent us in. So, very easy to send us in photos or videos right on our Fox 10 Facebook page. You can be featured on air as well as News Now, and it's a great way to share what you are seeing. You could be a reporter and photographer as well.
Almost looked like you could see some funnel formations.
Thank you to Adam as well. This was taken in El Mirage. Great ways to just showcase what you've been seeing right on our Fox 10 Facebook page. We appreciate everybody, the hundreds and hundreds of pictures now and videos that we have been getting in. Susan took this picture, El Mirage facing west. You can see that cell right there. Very great pictures and videos being sent in since noon. Thank you for being our eyes and ears throughout the valley. Look at this video. Fast-moving storm. For everybody watching the News Now stream, we will be continuing throughout the afternoon on this very stream. Samia coming up next to take us through the afternoon. Then Kinsey going to close us down. We appreciate everybody watching this News Now stream as we've been tracking weather now in the valley for about 90 minutes. It's been a great time to be with you this afternoon. I appreciate everybody commenting and being engaged as we talked about weather. Thank you, big thanks to Corey McCloskey for coming on and giving us his great expertise of the situation that we are dealing with as far as weather is concerned in the valley. Here is a live Fox Vision radar, and you can see it's just covering the valley right now, sort of sitting on the valley, as you can see those greens and even some reds in the Surprise area in Glendale. So if you are in that area, be sure to if you are able to take some pictures in a safe way and a video as well, we would love to see it, as we have been featuring some of the best right on our Fox 10 Facebook page. So what we're going to do is we're going to be right back. Sami is going to come up, and she will take over for the afternoon. My name is Mike Page. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will continue on with this stream as we will be tracking weather all afternoon. I'm going to leave you with Sky Fox, that is now back in business. We'll be right back. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
All right, guys, you are looking at live images courtesy of Sky Fox. This is the West Valley. Again, these are live images coming in. You can see some extensive flooding in the area. I believe it's 195th Avenue and Elliott in the West Valley. Again, these live images are coming in now courtesy of Sky Fox. We'll be having Dave Muncy on the show a little bit later on, and he'll be giving us a full weather update, plus continuous coverage of the live images coming in courtesy of Sky Fox, our tower cam, and of course, the radar. If you want a quick look at what the radar looks like right now, there you go. As you can see, a lot of the West Valley completely covered in rain. Now let's go back and take another look at those live images courtesy of Sky Fox. All right, guys, so we know that a water rescue is underway. That's what Skyfox is currently trying to track. We know Buckeye Fire is on its way to the rescue. This is Buckeye Valley, 195th Avenue in Elliott. Again, Skyfox trying to track down a water rescue that is currently taking place. These are live images, courtesy of Skyfox. It looks like Dave Muncy just walked into the building an hour before he normally gets here, which can only mean one thing. It is a busy weather day, and I have no doubt that Dave Muncy will be joining me up here on the News Now set as soon as he has an opportunity. Oh, wow, guys. Look at that water that is flowing in Buckeye Valley. Obviously, roads are flooded. Absolute craziness out near 195th and Elliott. I know that Skyfox is looking to track down a water rescue. I believe a man was trapped on the top of his truck. Again, these are live images courtesy of Skyfox. There's, you can see the intersection of Elliott Road and I think that said Foothill Road. Look at that flooding there, the road. Completely inaccessible. You can't cross the road. Extensive flooding. Elliott Road itself flooded. That is the intersection of Elliott Road and Foothill Road. Again, live images coming in courtesy of Skyfox. Those of you just joining us, this is live video coming in from the West Valley. Just heard from our assignment desk that we will probably not be tracking down that water rescue. It may have already taken place, but these are live images coming in courtesy of Skyfox in the West Valley. Working to get the exact location right now, communicating with my assignment editor. I'll get that information to you guys as soon as I can. Again, these are live images courtesy of Skyfox coming in right now out of the West Valley. Just want to read a few of your comments in the chat room. In the meantime, I see Rachel saying it rained crazily here. SK, I can't imagine down by Buckeye. They always get hit hard. Rachel up in Glendale. Ale adding Glendale received at least an inch of rain, saying it was pretty crazy. Want to read a few more viewer comments. Again, you were looking at live images courtesy of Skyfox in the West Valley, in Buckeye Valley. Specifically, Christy Frisch, one of our viewers, posted in the chat room saying, yep, I'm in Glendale, but in North Glendale, and it just downpoured. We haven't had any rain all summer. Rachel adding, I know, we finally get rain. I wish it lasted all day. All right, guys, just to recap, it looks like the chopper is leaving for fuel, but where you were looking at just now, that was a wash that overflowed. That was at Narramore and 220th Avenue in Buckeye Valley. Just got the exact intersection right now. But it looks like chopper is leaving the scene. Chopper is going to refuel, and chopper will be back momentarily. Until then, we will just continue to carry the chopper video of rain in the valley in general. And hopefully I'll be joined by Dave Muncie momentarily so we can get a full weather update so you guys will know what your afternoon commute looks like. I advise you personally to just stay at home, stay inside. If you don't have to go anywhere, just stay indoors. It's never safe driving in intense rain. All right, guys, I'm going to show you some graphics of the rain in the West Valley. These are some radar images. You can see over the course of the last hour the most severe rain coming through the West Valley. Look at that. Obviously, those colors, the yellow, the orange, the red, considered the most severe, hitting just around 1:30 this afternoon. Looking at downtown Phoenix now. Still raining, but just some light to moderate rain, nothing intense there. But you can see the West Valley seeing more intense rain. Whenever you see those colors, the yellow, the red, the orange, it means heavy, heavy rain. And there is a wider look at some of the rainfall throughout the valley. A look at the rainfall over the course of the last couple of hours. Just if you look at the top of your screen, you will see a time listed so you can see exactly how much rainfall fell at what time. Looks like Surprise was just hit about a half an hour ago with some intense heavy rains. Again, we'll get Dave Muncie up here and he can explain this in further detail when he joins us on the set here on News Now. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to those live images of Sky Fox. These are live images coming in courtesy of Sky Fox of the rain in the valley. We will continue to bring you nonstop rain coverage here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, it looks like we have lost the chopper video. So let's go ahead and look at the tower cam. That is a look at our video coming in from the tower cam. Tower cam located on South Mountain. You can see pretty gray skies, which makes sense given the rain conditions throughout the valley. If you go ahead and look at the radar, still lots of green covering the greater Phoenix area. I believe rain is expected throughout the afternoon. We'll get Dave Muncie up here momentarily, and we'll have Fox 10's weatherman explain in further detail what to expect throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. Oh, wow. I just looked up at the screen and noticed that the shot coming in courtesy of Skyfox has shifted dramatically. Look at that. It's kind of pretty if you take a look at that. The combination of the blue and the white and the gray. Hey, Mike, check this out. Look at the tower cam now. Wow. It's like weirdly pretty, you know? So that video is coming in courtesy of the tower cam, but I assume that you guys are here tuning in because you want to see destructive weather. You don't want to see pleasant sights like that. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the radar. You guys can get a look at some of the rainfall coming in, and I know that we'll be getting Chopper back up momentarily. Chopper just left to refuel. So as soon as Chopper is fueled and ready to go, we'll be getting more live images courtesy of the Chopper. Hopefully we'll be able to go back to Buckeye where we saw streets flooded as a result of a wash that flooded. Some roads completely inaccessible as a result out in the Buckeye Valley area. All right, guys, just want to give you a couple updates. Now, this information coming courtesy of the National Weather Service, specifically the Phoenix area, now through 4:30 p.m., a flash flood warning for the very specific area near Citrus Park, just west of Luke Air Force Base and Litchfield Park. So, flash flood warning for that area west of Luke Air Force Base and Litchfield Park, now through 4:30. So, for the next 2.5 hours, we have a flash flood warning in effect. I'm going to read you a couple of tweets courtesy of the National Weather Service. Just about an hour ago, they were tweeting about how the storms were moving north through Phoenix and the West Valley, producing lots of pea-sized hail and brief heavy rain. So those are just some of the tweets coming in. What I'm going to go ahead and do is search the hashtag AZWeather. We can go ahead and look at that. Going to go ahead and pull up our Twitter now. We see some of the tweets coming in. Hashtag AZW. Curb to curb with a quickness. 43rd Avenue and Cactus. This one coming in from Josh B. It looks like he was tweeting Christy in our very own Foxtown weather. Some big time storm coming right now. You can look at that cloud right there. Dave Muncie right now on TV. Maybe we can go ahead and pull that up for you guys. Since Dave is on TV right this second, let's go ahead and listen into what he's saying.
That's just pretty much steady rain. We get down to ground level here, and you can just kind of see that heavy stuff coming through, already through a little shot right there up by West Roosevelt Street. And then we head up into the Fountain Hills area. There's Fort McDowell. Here's Scottsdale Air Park right here. And look at that's right on the edge of one of those flood advisories. Right in here, you see the advisory out there, kind of engulfing Deer Valley. In fact, there's a couple of flood advisories that intersect over the top of Deer Valley, that Deer Valley area. So if you're going to be driving up there, if you can avoid it, that would be a good idea. Otherwise, be very well advised that that's very, very heavy rain, as you can see right in here. And those are the advisories that we've been talking about as well. Those advisories are going to be in effect this afternoon until 4:30 as well. I was wrong. The flood advisory is 4:45, 4:30 on the flood warning. So that's going to be a while into the afternoon, a couple hours to go on those. So we're expecting much, much more rain as this stuff comes in. We've got Corey McCluskey on the controls today. Corey, why don't we take a look at the rainfall amounts and see what we have there. Yeah, you see here in the Goodyear area, you get up here on the legend, that's 3/4 of an inch right there. You've got a 1/2 inch right in this area right in here. And so you see up in the Winterberg area, that's close to 3/4 of an inch. You back off to about 1/4 of an inch, a 1/2 inch in there as well. Once again, Goodyear, Maryvale, just a little bit south of there, you've got some pretty heavy stuff. This stuff coming down in a very short amount of time. There's Glendale with that green showing, giving you just about 3/4 of an inch, sometimes an inch. When it gets a little darker like that, it lets up a little bit as we go north. But remember, this is the area that's getting hit right now. So we will see some changes in all there. There's 1/4 of an inch out at Lake Pleasant, 1/4 of an inch south of there. Cave Creek starting to see a little bit of that active weather as well. And then then, yeah, you get back to the radar picture here on our ground level 2. There's Sun City West right there. There's Surprise. Here's Sun City. And that's very, very heavy rain that you're seeing when you see those colors. We get down to your ground level here. Here's your 303 loop. You can just follow that right around. If someone's driving on that right now, they're getting hit pretty hard. That is going to be some very, very good rainfall. You could even see some hydroplaning in an area like that. You get that up, you take it up around the curve, and you start getting up into that North Scottsdale area. Once again, very heavy rain through all of this area, John. So we are continuing to see the rain come down. We're continuing to see the heavy stuff. It is lightening up a little bit, but then right behind it, it'll pick up once again. People might even get the false impression that it is going to go away. It's not. It's going to be here for a while.
Yeah, and it looks like it's more of a west and north event than we've seen maybe on the east side, but it's pretty much valley-wide. So we'll keep you abreast of all of this. By the way, continuing storm coverage, head to our website, fox10phoenix.com. We've got live reports on the storm on Fox News Now. We will not be a nuisance, but we will break in when necessary to let you know what's going out there weather-wise. So for now, we'll leave you, and you return now to Hollywood Today Live. We'll be back when needed.
All right. Thank you, John Hook, for that News Now plug, that News Now promotion. That is right. We're going to bring you guys continuous weather coverage here on News Now. I know we're just waiting for the chopper to refuel so we can get some of that video for you guys again. In the meantime, we do have live images courtesy of the tower cam. You guys can go ahead and look at that right there. Live tower cam images, plus all the video coming in, video and photo coming in from all of our viewers on our Facebook page. Lots of video coming in there. I'm going to go ahead and play some of it for you guys now. This video courtesy of Jay Plummer, who just posted to our Fox 10 Phoenix page now. Hard rain in New River, he says. Listen to the Again, that was a video courtesy of viewer Jay Plummer, Hard Rain in New River. Let's go ahead and look through some of it. This one, courtesy of Julian Toscana on the 303 between Bell and Greenway. This one just given to us a couple of minutes ago. Thank you, Julian, for this video. I hope that's a passenger taking the video. I hope you are being safe on the road, or that is being shot through a handheld or hands-free device. We don't want anyone getting hurt because they're shooting video on the road, but we appreciate you sending that in. Here's video courtesy of Heidi Foreman, who is near Sun City, with the caption, "Wow, can we send some of this water to California?" It's pretty crazy. Thank you, Heidi, for submitting this video to us. It looks like she turned the camera sideways, but either way you can see the flooding right there. Look at that out in Sun City. Absolutely crazy. Thank you, Heidi, for sending that video in. Let's see if she turns it around at all. No, but look at that rain. Look at that flooding. And more video courtesy of Joseph Hawk. This is 44th Avenue and Grand. Let's go ahead and turn up the volume so we can hear the rain pouring. Pretty crazy video. Again, that video courtesy of Joseph Hawk, 44th Avenue and Grand. Let's go ahead and look at this video from Mayra and George Galaviz. We got hit hard. We got hail and really heavy rain, 43rd Avenue and Thomas, reporting hail and very, very heavy rain. Remember, any viewers out there who have their own photos or videos of the storm, feel free to post them on our YouTube page, and we'll be sharing those with viewers right here on Fox 10 News Now.
Go close that window, Hennessy. Hurry up.
Again, pretty crazy video coming in from 43rd Avenue and Thomas. This video posted about 21 minutes ago, courtesy of Mara and George Galaviz. All right, guys, joining me now is Mr. Dave Muncie. You are the man of the hour, the man of the day. You are so in demand anytime the weather looks like what it looked like outside. Although I will say that looking at the tower cam right now, it's fairly pretty looking, relatively speaking. I feel like the tower cam is actually somewhat misleading because there are parts of the valley that don't look like this at all. I want to pull up some video that we shot earlier out of Ahwatukee. It was pretty crazy flood video from earlier.
Look at that. Look at that. Really coming down. Boy.
Right here, look at that.
Yeah, really coming down.
It's so crazy just how intense it was. And this is at Elliott Road. It's absolutely flooded. And video that we showed you guys earlier, it was a wash that overflooded and then roads completely wiped out.
Unbelievable,
in Buckeye Valley. I know Chopper is just refueling now. But
I was in Tempe probably about an hour ago, and it was coming down pretty good there. And then it would let up, but it would come down pretty good. But, you know, we were just looking at some of the rain totals, and the rain totals are running about 3/4 of an inch, close to an inch in some areas, 1/2 an inch in other areas. Wow. And people are going, oh, I thought it was more than that. People always think it's more. It always seems more because it comes in such a short amount of time. Right. And remember, we're in the desert, so a lot of this water runs off and runs into the washes and runs up on the roads when we get a lot of it in a very short amount of time. We do have flood advisories out there. They're telling 4:45 this afternoon, so not expecting this stuff to let up much, or if not, some isolated storms that could keep things going. If you're living here in Phoenix, Glendale, Peoria, New River, Sun City, Deer Valley, Airport, or Anthem, those areas are under a flood advisory until 4:45 this afternoon. And we also have a flood warning, and it's out there for a while too, until 4:30. And that is going to cover locations with extreme flooding as well. And that's in the central Maricopa County, central Arizona. Of course, it covers the valley and the surrounding areas. But this flood warning area is just to the west of Luke Air Force Base. And then it's north and south of there as well. So if you're in that area, that is a warning area until 4:30. Very heavy rain. We do have our radar here.
Pull that up now.
That we can look at. I'm not sure what stage that's in, but you can see, look at that heavy rain that is in the Sun City area and over on that west side. And then you can see the advisories we've been talking about. Some of those advisories actually overlapping. We have one that's up in Deer Valley. Deer Valley is in the middle of two flood advisories, one to the south and one to the north.
The viewers at home were asking about what the boxes mean.
Those are the green ones. The green ones are flood advisories, and the red one is the flood warning. And I'm going to give you a look at that flood warning. Oh, wow. You can see it right there from Surprise, Litchfield
Park area. A warning is more severe than an advisory,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. A warning would mean that there is flooding in that area.
Right.
An advisory is that the potential for flooding is there. A watch is that there probably a little bit of flooding has started and they're preparing for more. But a warning means that there is flooding in that area and they are expecting it to get worse. And so we hop down in there and get a look at it. You can see there's still some pretty heavy rain through that particular area. And then all of those colors you're seeing, those bright colors, indicate more and heavy stuff. So look, then you're all the way up into the Surprise area with all of that. And also Lake Pleasant, there's Anthem up there.
Lake
We
Pleasant's
mentioned
just hit right now,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's a big storm coming in there. And Anthem is one that is in that flood watch or flood advisory area.
It looks like Anthem was just hit in the last
New
couple
River
minutes.
is getting up there as well. And that gives you another look at it there. See how Deer Valley is in the crosshairs of two different flood advisories at this time. So, yeah, it's a very steady rain in that area. Here's downtown Phoenix. This is where we are. And you can see it gets a little heavy in some of those areas as well. Look at this. We start out a couple of hours ago. Absolutely nothing. And then zoom, there it comes.
Wow.
Here it comes rolling in there. Scottsdale Air Park. Sunny Slope, Fountain Hills area. They're picking up some rain at this time as well. There's Wickenburg, Yarnell, Prescott, and then you can see stuff that is up north as well. This is a little different radar map here.
Right.
This is a
This is
track 2.
different.
Yeah, this is track 2 radar map that it actually has 5 radar sites that are tracking the moisture at all times. Look out at Wintersburg and Tonopah, big storms out there. Look up, I was talking about Deer Valley, just north of Deer Valley, you're seeing some of the heaviest stuff, but look at Scottsdale Air Park, just to the west of them, around Surprise, up by Wintersburg. So some real good active weather out there. We get down to street level. You can see Elliott Road area. We also get a look at some of the amounts that we're looking at. That darkest green would be an inch. The lighter green would be about 3/4 of an inch. You get into the blues and you're looking at a 1/2 inch to 1/4 of an inch. So there's some pretty good moisture that we are seeing through the area. Look at from Wintersburg to Buckeye to Goodyear, all the way up to Glendale, Luke Air Force Base. Remember Luke, that's just west of there is where we're looking at the warning area. And then down into Phoenix, where you see not as much, that's about 1/4 of an inch, a little less than 1/4 of an inch that it's indicating. Up in Glendale, that's 1/4 to 1/2 an inch.
Oh, wow.
Maybe 3/4 of an inch up near Sunny Slope and some of those areas. So once again, there's Luke Air Force Base, there's Litchfield Park, and then
Right.
all the way down to Goodyear.
And that's the area that has the flood warning.
That's where the flood warning is, and you can see that's all pretty steady, heavy rain. It's almost getting into the 3/4 of an inch colors there. We go out to Buckeye and areas like that, but as you can see, yeah, there's a lot going on. And here we get back to our radar picture, and once again, those lines they're seeing there are the flood advisories
Right.
that we're looking at as well.
Huh.
Boy, a lot going on.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
So, one of the things we always talk about on the news is the number of inches of rain that fell. How exactly is that measured? Is that, how do they define that? Because I can see why when people see a flood, for example, they think it's obviously a handful of inches, because if there's this much flooding, well, this is at least 3-4 inches, logically, based on the way our minds work. But how do people in the world of weather actually measure the rainfall?
They have a rain gauge. They have rain gauges. Some of the rain gauges, most all rain gauges right now are automatic, and they will automatically measure. And the measurement, I don't know it exactly. I don't know exactly how it works, but the measurement is based on the depth and the opening. How much moisture can get into that opening, and how much the amount of moisture that can get into that whole opening and fill that space during a certain amount of time during the rain period, and then that determines how much rain you're getting. But remember, that's determining the rain for that area. So you may have a rain gauge out in Peoria that registers 2 inches, and then you may have a rain gauge in Surprise right down the road that registers. And you see, look at the map, for instance. You see Peoria and Surprise. You could have 2 different readings from both of those areas there. So you might say 1.5 inches in Peoria, 1/4 of an inch in Surprise. That's not the way it's going to be. I think they're both going to have the same amount, which is going to be a lot.
So it's not like I just put out a cup
No.
and capture rain,
No.
and then I measure. I'm like, all right, that's 2 inches.
No, that's not the way it goes.
Nothing like that at all.
Yeah, that's why when you look at a storm report, and you see a storm report, not only for reporting thunderstorms or lightning or funnel clouds or whatever, it will even say, like you might look at a storm report from the National Weather Service, and it'll say 50-mile-an-hour wind, lightning strikes, trees down, and flooding, 1/2 inch of rain. And then on the bottom, what you want to look at, it will say trained spotter. So you know that somebody with a rain gauge, somebody that knows what storms are, somebody that knows what a funnel cloud looks like and how to determine what the wall cloud is that it comes out of, a trained spotter, a trained weatherman. Or woman, a trained weather person. So that's what you look for on there, because somebody might just be putting a cup out and going, and people do that. They'll call you and say, we got 8 inches of rain out here. And then you look at the gauge and they got 1.25 inches, on the real gauge. But they're going, no, I had it in my coffee cup. So, yeah, you have to. I went out on a rain story once where a guy was getting rain, and he said the sun was shining every day, and every day his rain gauge showed up with rain in it.
Right.
So we went over there to do a story, and while we were standing by his rain gauge, his next door neighbor's sprinkler went on. And every couple of seconds, they'd run over the top of his rain gauge.
So real quick, we're looking at the radar right now. I know Chopper's going to be going back up, and so looking at this, where do you think the best place would be for Chopper to go based on?
I would be heading up north on I-17 if I were going to try and track this storm right now, or you could probably go you could probably go a little bit west, but I think that one is going to be dying out. Right. Everything that's in the valley here is headed north.
Right.
So if you were in the valley and you wanted to get a shot of this storm, I would head north, and you'll probably catch up to a lot of the heavy stuff.
All right, so it looks like Chopper will be going back up momentarily. I think they're just switching the crews.
Okay.
And then it'll be going to 303 and ISR. I will be finding out what ISR stands for momentarily.
Okay. But you can see here, yeah, it's still south of us. You can see Gila Bend, Maricopa, Casa Grande still in the mix. And moisture still south of us, heading north.
Right.
And that's why they're keeping the advisories for flooding and the warnings for flooding. That's why they're keeping them on the books until 4:30 and 4:45. Right, the flood one is, let me see, the flooding is 4:30. The advisories are 4:45, and once again, they're gonna keep those up because there's a lot of moisture around.
Right. We're getting a question from a viewer. Robert Cisneros wants to know how much rain we have to date here in the valley.
I just looked that up the other day. We had 5 and I think 5 and 58/100ths of an inch. I'm not positive on that. 381 through the monsoon is what we did, which is pretty high. I think in the monsoon 271 is average.
So we had an above average.
And 8.2 for the year. So we're behind on the year, but we were ahead on the monsoon. And I'm not absolutely positive of those numbers. I'm just pulling them out of my head. But I know we were 58/100ths of an inch ahead of rain. So a little over a half an inch ahead on the monsoon rain that we normally get.
Right.
We're still a little bit behind on the yearly rain
that we get. We're
trying
to catch up today.
We're trying. Today could make a big difference because I haven't looked at the rain gauge.
Right.
And so I don't know how much is in there right now.
Where did the storm come from? Like, do we know where it came from today?
Well, we had about a 50% chance of rain for today in the forecast. And that was because there's a lot of moisture still out of the south, a lot of moisture around the state over the last couple of days here. And sometimes the moisture is in place. And right now there is a low pressure system with a cold front that is tracking through the state. In fact, I have a map that would show us that. I don't have it in this rotation, but that low pressure system is probably approaching Phoenix right now, and that's why. And it's approaching from the west, and that's probably why you are seeing the warnings on the west, just west of Luke, and a lot of those advisories as well. Now the low pressure system is churning counterclockwise, so that's why you see the moisture coming out of the south. That's the rotation of the low pressure system. Mm-hmm. The cold front is going to supply the lift, going to supply the energy. Cold air displaces warm air. Warm air is lighter than cold air, so the warm air will start to rise as the cold air pushes into where it is. And that's what's happening in Phoenix right now. As warm air rises, it cools. As warm air cools, it condenses. As it condenses, it creates rain.
So
that's ninth grade.
Ninth grade meteorology?
Ninth grade geography.
Geography.
So it's just really the way it goes. The beautiful thing about nature is
geology,
it's gotten better. Well, I mean, in our geography classes, we studied not only topography, but we studied the climate that went with it as well. And it wasn't, we didn't get in very deep. We just got into the very basics of it. But that's never changed. The severity of it changes We can have more rain, less rain on one day. We can have more severe storms. We can have tornadoes. We can have hurricanes. We can have all those things. But the basics of what causes weather to happen are always the same.
We're getting another question in from Robert asking when El Nino starts.
El Nino's El Nino's working. El Nino's in place. El Nino, that warming from the equator northward, up along up along Baja, up along Southern California, and then up into the San Francisco area, places like that. It's not a full force El Nino yet, but because it'll take place mostly in the winter. But that's why those hurricanes that were giving us so much moisture were forming and coming up here. I mean, how many of those have you seen since you've been out here? Then to have 3 or 4 of them in a row.
Look at Tower Cam.
Yeah, it's not over.
Tower Cam was looking really nice about 10, 15 minutes ago.
You were telling me how beautiful it was.
I know, it's not beautiful outside anymore.
It's not over. That's the thing you have to keep stressing is these storms are never over. You know, to quote the famous Yogi Berra, not over until it's over. And these storms are going to be around for a while. The National Weather Service didn't put flood advisories in place until 4:45.
Unless
and
they knew something.
Flood warnings in place until 4:30 if they don't see moisture and a lot of it out there. And as you look at the radar here, you can see that. Well, just look to the west, or just look up north from our tower cam. Those are incredible pictures.
I want to play some video that we're getting in from our viewers though now, because we're getting some great video. And this one came in from Richard Spencer. There isn't a location on this one, but it was just posted.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that video right there. Is that a funnel cloud?
I did hear a report of a funnel cloud by Perryville at 12:35.
So do you think this is it?
If I don't know what that is right there. I don't know that I would necessarily call that a funnel cloud, but I'm not calling it a funnel cloud.
Right.
I just don't. I think it's a little wimpy right now. You know, for what it's doing,
and then this
it has
is
fallen apart
43rd Avenue and Citrus Way, courtesy of Coy Bennett. Some of the rain video coming in.
Yeah. It's coming down pretty good there.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Coy Bennett filmed 8 minutes and sent it to our YouTube channel. So I'm just going to fast
There you go. That's a
Thank
whole
you,
storm
Coy.
there. That's a whole storm there. So yeah, we have a lot going on, a lot coming down.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is 43rd Avenue and Citrus Way.
Well, he's at a lot of that heavy stuff is running off the edge of his house here.
Right.
And it's not coming out of the sky, so.
Now we're gonna hard rain in New River. We saw this video earlier.
I don't think they'll be using the barbecue tonight.
And look at that, 303 between Bell and Greenway.
And up in that area, that's where the warning is, in that area. I think a little south of there.
And this one is near Sun City.
Look at the water. Look at the water.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This one courtesy of Heidi Foreman, who shot this video earlier.
And we appreciate this video, but don't do anything that endangers you to get this video.
That's what I was telling them earlier, because that video that we were showing on 303, that looked like a freeway.
That is a freeway, yeah. So yeah, we don't do anything that endangers you or anybody else to get video. When you're safe or if your passenger can get it, we'd love to see it, but we don't want anybody getting hurt, that's for sure. We don't want anybody causing any problems or having a problem for themselves.
Look at that, and this video is coming in 43rd Avenue and Thomas. Now look at Tower Cam. I just want to go back to Tower Cam quickly. Look at how gray it's become. It
just like that. Well, it keeps moving in, and once again, I told you that front is approaching the valley at this time. And so that low pressure system, that cold front, that's probably it right there. You can see it changing minute by minute, changing the weather. And where's this now, this video? Where's that coming down
43rd Avenue and Thomas.
That's
this was sent to us about 43 minutes ago.
That's a pretty good rain there.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at it coming off the roof there.
Yeah, and they got hail as well out there in this video. Then you have this video just titled Fast Moving Storm, courtesy of Susan.
It is moving along pretty good. It's moving about 35 miles an hour, so it's a pretty good moving storm, that's for sure.
Let's pull some more. This one is a crazy storm in Vistancia. It's raining and thundering so loud it sounds like a train near Peoria. I believe.
Yeah, we had some pretty good thunder in Tempe. It wasn't quite to that level that you're saying, the level of a train, but we had some very. In fact, it was kind of annoying.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like that happy thunder that you hear and go, oh, it's rainy. It was kind of like, my goodness, when is this going to stop? Clap, 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 one after another. But yeah, a lot of rain around. What's this video?
This is
Where's
video
this?
in Peoria, courtesy
Okay.
of Heidi.
And those are the areas that are getting hit pretty
And
hard
more
here.
video of Peoria across from Arrowhead Mall.
Yeah, I think the west side. Now, that's not to say that the east side didn't get hit or isn't getting hit. They are getting some rain, but we're getting some pretty good rain on the west side and right up that northern corridor, up the I-17. That's where this storm just kind of headed. It's almost like it was on a trip to Flagstaff, and it'll get up in that area before too long, before it's over.
So this video now is from El Mirage. This was sent to us about an hour ago from Rhonda.
I think that's north. Our tower cam.
Tower cam is facing north.
Yeah, they're asking what
direction it
yeah,
is.
is that? I believe that is facing north. They can move the tower cam, they can turn it, but I don't think they can turn it south. So it's not south. If it's anything, it's north or northwest.
Right.
That's what I would say.
Go to this video. It is
Look at
crazy
this.
bad. This
Look
was
at
about
this.
an hour ago near Glendale. Carrie Weinberg sent this video in, posted it on our Facebook page. That's intense. And again, do you think they're driving safely while shooting that?
Yeah, we just want you to be safe.
I
That's
hope
for sure.
that someone else in the
We'll
car
reiterate
shooting
that. We'll reiterate that we do want you to be safe.
And this video, 103rd Avenue, Peoria, it's pouring down. We'll need a paddle boat. is
Yeah,
what
look at that.
this
Look at
viewer
that.
said.
Oh,
Look
my
at all of
goodness.
that rain. Pretty crazy video.
Mhm.
A lot of people submitting video. Adam doesn't have a location for this video quite yet, but titled it, "Definitely Something Freaky" is the caption. I mean, look at the sky. It's so intense. Again, this was video about an hour ago. You can see the wind. You can see all the wind. You just look at the trees. And then the person talking on the video says it looks like there's some sort of funnel formation.
Well, I see there's something at the top of that cloud there. I see right there. Yeah,
here?
yeah, right there.
The funnel formation
Yeah,
there.
I see a little something there, kind of twisting out of the cloud, and stuff like that happens. I mean, let's face it, it's storms like this that funnel clouds come out of. I would imagine that several clouds form within the cloud, and never spit anything out. But yeah, anything can happen with weather.
It is pretty crazy.
That's a good shot there. That's a pretty good storm system.
Danger on the lens.
Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Whoops. I hope their car didn't. Oh, okay, there we go.
No, this is all.
This is all
safe
standing
video.
in the backyard. Okay.
Pretty cool, and it looks like Chopper's back up, so we can get a look at the sky live from Chopper too in just a second.
Look how.
Look at that. Adam
Thick is
Snow
the
sending
funnel.
us the same video.
I'm
Is
watching
that
as
a
it's.
Let's look at this. What's this comment up here?
Oh, one of our viewer
Yeah,
comments?
I just wanted to see something about the East Valley.
Let's see.
Pull it down. It's a couple up, yeah.
John, we were wondering the same thing. We moved down there from East Mason. The storms always seem to miss us. John saying actual measurement taken by the radar is the backscattered power of the echo returns. This return power is used to calculate a reflectivity factor, Z. What?
Yeah.
John Smiley saying, my wife and I were just having a discussion that we are East Coast translates, so excuse my ignorance. Why does Santan Valley get less precipitation than the rest of the valley? That's
Well, yeah, I mean, there could be a lot of reasons there. There could be a little lift, a little mountain or something that lifts storms above it. There could be a little something coming up there that, just weather phenomenon, different areas. It's just like little valleys and little mountains can create winds that blow things, 4 miles to the left of you, and you miss everything. It's just the way things are when things like when big storms move in. So you'd have to look at the topography of the area and kind of figure it out. But I'll guarantee you that if a meteorologist that understood topography and weather coming off of it would probably give you some sort of an explanation for it, because there are lots of places, like right now the west side's getting hit. One of the biggest complaints I get from people is the fact that the west side has missed so much and doesn't get a lot of moisture, but they do. They are now getting a pretty good shot of it. And the East Valley is usually the place where you see most of this stuff coming up. We don't tend to get a lot of moisture in downtown Phoenix, but we've gotten a lot this monsoon season. We've had some very heavy storms. In fact, how many times has the Deck Park Tunnel flooded? I don't know, but it flooded 3 or 4 times during this monsoon. So that's not normal. Stuff shifts around. Next year, you could be the place that's calling to get out of your homes because you're flooding up in the Santan Valley. I'm not guaranteeing that, but you never know. Things shift around. And they always have. And weather is just a kind of an unknown phenomenon in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
We know what creates it. We know what to look for. But there's a lot of things that just happen as far as weather. The winds blow a different direction, and everything you just said doesn't mean anything. So yeah, it can be very precarious. However, modern technology has given us the ability to get a pretty good grip on it. What people miss when they listen to the forecast, what people miss the most is when you say a 20% chance, a 5%, a 10%, an 80% chance. Those are the things they miss. You could say, I will say in a forecast, 10% chance of rain, probably won't rain, but there's a slight chance it might. I run into somebody later in the day and they went, "You said it was going to rain." And you go, "I said it might rain."
People in the newsroom say that to you too.
Yeah, well, no, I get it from my wife. "You said it was going to rain today." I remember hearing you say that. I always say, I said a 20% chance of rain, which is an 80% chance it won't.
Weather fights?
No, we don't have weather fights. But she does get. I mean, she's like anybody. She'll look at me on the 12th of October and say, "How long is it going to be 100?" And I go, I'm with you. I'm on your side on this one. But we all get irritated by the weather and irritated by the fact that we get some, somebody else doesn't get some. The only people that I get irritated with myself are people that will call you or tweet you that don't listen to you. And you can tell they're not listening to you because they totally have not heard your forecast, but they're complaining about somebody else's forecast that they heard. That's the only thing. I always go, "Where did you get that? Where did you pick that information up? Because that wasn't our forecast." Right. And that happens quite a bit as well. So you need to listen to the full forecast, listen to exactly what everybody's saying, because weather's an iffy thing. It's an iffy thing, and it's just like, I'm sure there are some people over on the east side right now that are going, "What are they talking about? All these storms, flooding cars here and this and that and there." Well, that's what's happening on the west side and north of us right now. But we are having some of that on the east side too. What did I hear? I think Guadalupe had flooding at around noon.
Look at how dark it's become.
Well, yeah, I think that front
crazy.
That front is moving through. You can see, just look out there. You can see it's darkened up a little bit.
What's amazing is that it's not like the sun has set or anything.
No.
Literally 10, 20 minutes ago, we were looking at the tower cam shot,
mm-hmm.
and it was like bright and blue with some clouds and some gray, and now it looks like this. It's crazy to see how quickly that stuff
changes fast.
How quickly it changes.
Well, that also gives you an idea of the danger of not paying attention to weather, and how quickly it can change. And this is just a small example. There are some places where weather changes very rapidly and becomes very deadly. Real quick, Minnesota, winter in Minnesota being one of them. Or in North Dakota, my home state. So, yeah, weather changes. Weather changes quickly, and conditions change very rapidly with weather.
Mm-hmm. So I'm learning, according to the Goodyear Police Department, tweets that they have posted, Interstate 10 westbound exit onto the 303 North is closed due to flooding near South Estrella Parkway in Calistoga. Traffic is being diverted. So I believe that's where Chopper is going to go to next.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Chopper is...
And that's someone in the area of the advisory, someone in the area of the warning. It's all on that's all on the west side.
Right.
That warning area is west of Luke and south of Surprise. And so those areas quite wet. And what was this now? What was this intersection here? This is a real wet intersection.
Oh, this was earlier.
This was earlier in the day, right?
Yeah. That's out in Buckeye.
Oh, that was that wash that was running. Okay, yeah, I get that.
We can show the viewers that again. Just a quick.
Look at how quickly that storm's moving through. Can you see the tower cam? And you can just
we're
see
looking at
in
tower
fact,
cam
it's getting lighter as it moves through.
I know.
Well, that's real low-lying, very low-lying cloud cover on that. Wow.
And I want to check in with the viewers too, because I know they've been commenting as well. John Smiley saying, feels like Santan never gets rain while the rest of the valley does. Not one drop here. Christy saying, welcome to Phoenix, where 1 minute you have beautiful blue skies, then 5 minutes of rainfall, then back to blue skies again. I love
there
it.
you go. There you go.
That is great. Christy also saying, we didn't get any rain all summer, Christy up in North Glendale, and today it was like our turn to get the rain. Our streets are flooded, my walkway's flooded, my roof is leaking. Wow.
I don't like the leaking roof part. That's not good. I've been through that. That's horrible. But I'm glad your streets are wet.
John's asking you, am I right that Santan gets less precipitation, or does it just seem like that?
I don't have the figures on that. I would say that probably averages out at the end of the day. But I don't have the figures on that, so I can't answer that question wholly. But I would say that places that are getting drenched today and having flooding are places that have called me in the past and said, we don't ever get any rain out here. So, yeah, when you're not getting the rain, you're not getting the rain. When you're getting the rain, then you're going, we get too much rain out here. But I can't tell you about Santan. I know the East Valley gets does get a lot of its share of these storms.
Right. Right. Let's go ahead and look at the live image. Oh, no, it looks like we're going to lose that right now. I'm going to go ahead and play some of that video from earlier.
Okay, and this is the flooded wash?
The flooded wash, yep.
And that's got to be on the west side,
Buckeye
right?
Valley,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's the west side. Where once again.
This is earlier.
And we could take another look at the radar and see what's going on there with this moisture coming in from the west and the south. Actually, the system is coming in from the west and the moisture is being drawn from the south. Look at that, it's running now. These are things you don't want to wash through or drive through because you don't think that that's forceful, but look at that, look at the riptide that thing has going when it gets on the other side of the road there. Mm-hmm. It's rolling pretty good.
Right. Pretty crazy. And then we have this video. Again, this is just all video from the West Valley. Meanwhile, we have Chopper. Look at those live images now coming in from Chopper.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Are we going to get, isn't it supposed to warm up again, though? Tell me that we're going to get warm temperatures again. I'm wearing a sweater in the newsroom because I've been freezing.
Well, and we should explain that the newsroom they do keep the newsroom keep the newsroom cold.
This is true, but it's also cold outside.
lot of equipment in here that needs to be on the cool side, and everybody in here has a jacket or a coat that they flip on every once in a while. Because it does get cold in here, but we are forecasting. I haven't made the forecast yet for today, but I remember yesterday, mid-90s, upper 90s by the weekend. We'll see if that still holds. This rain is supposed to be out of here by tonight. Maybe a little spitting and sputtering tomorrow, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, drier, warmer. Mm-hmm. That's what it was yesterday. I came in. I went immediately on the air. And I did the update, and then I came in here, so I really haven't had a chance to go and look and see what the forecast is, and everybody may be struggling with that right now. Right. So we'll wait and see here. But I am going to take off for a little bit. I'll come back, but I need to go get ready for the 3 o'clock update and just see what's going on here, okay?
All right, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I'll come back, and we'll see how the storm's going in a little bit, okay?
All right, sounds good, Dave
Okay,
Muncie.
guys, we'll see you in a bit.
All right, Dave Muncie, everyone. Make sure to catch him during the 3 o'clock cut-in on Fox 10.
What was that?
It was the iPad. The iPad fell.
Oh.
All right, guys, let's continue to go through some of our viewer-submitted videos and photos. This video sent in to us from Todd about an hour ago. More rain video, lots of rain video. If you guys have any videos that you want to submit, any video of the rain or photos of dark clouds that you want to share with us, make sure to go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix, and you can post it right to the page. We'll be able to bring it up and show it to our News Now audience straight from that page. This is video coming in from Naomi in Peoria. Lightning and pouring rain at 112th Avenue and Northern. 112th Avenue and Northern. Video courtesy of Naomi in Peoria. Go ahead and increase the volume so you can hear just how intense it is. Thunder. Again, this is a video from Naomi. That video came in from Peoria a little over an hour ago. This video now from Shane. Video from Glendale, Arizona. Now we're looking at video from Teresa Land from Peoria. Video that was posted to our wall about an hour ago. More video out of Peoria, this by 83rd Avenue and Cactus. Video courtesy of Christy Valesco. And this video coming in from 43rd Avenue and Camelback. Very short video, courtesy of Deanna Dustin. 3-second video, but you get the full idea of just how bad it is. This is Peoria and I-17. Video from Samantha Ross. Again, this video coming in about an hour ago. You can see rainy, windy. More video from Samantha from Peoria and I-17. And Kathy sharing this video from Phoenix, saying quite a rain for October in Phoenix. This video coming in from Amanda. This is out of Litchfield Park. She says it's hailing. This video came in about an hour and a half ago out in Litchfield Park. Cold. This video does not have a location attached to it, but the caption does say cold, windy, hard rain and thunder, courtesy of Haiti Morales. Thank you for sending this video in.
Go inside, it's cold.
We have more video. This from Kaylee Marie Mascal. This video from 107th and Camelback area. About an hour and a half ago, this was posted.
Lots of rain.
Thank you, Wendy Gokler, for this video. And this video, pretty intense, courtesy of Joe Harms, about 2 hours ago to 22nd Avenue and Campbell. Look at that rainfall, pretty intense. As for what it looks like outside right now, you will not believe that this is what it looks like from the tower cam. Guys, this is the same view we were looking at about a half hour ago, where we just saw blue skies and now sky is completely gray. This is the tower cam. I know some of you are asking in the chat room which direction the tower cam is pointed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and call our live control room and get you guys that information. I'll be back in just a second. All right, guys, just a quick update. You're looking at live images courtesy of TowerCam. TowerCam based on the South Mountain. It is pointing directly north. So TowerCam right now is looking at downtown. Although by the looks of TowerCam, you would not be able to tell. Normally when we have TowerCam up and we're looking at downtown, we can see the buildings in this distance. Obviously right now, visibility completely limited. Looking at these live images from the TowerCam, it's completely gray outside, guys. Just a very wet and rainy day right here in the valley. All right, guys, again, these are live images coming in courtesy of our tower cam. Completely gray skies. You cannot really see anything. Robert Cisneros in the chat room says it kind of looks like fog. Indeed, it does. As you heard from Dave Muncie about 10 minutes ago, he said that those were very low-lying clouds. That's all fog really is very low-lying clouds. It's very gray outside right now. We can take a look at our graphics. The radar graphics that we have coming in right now, in case you guys want to look at what that looks like. And I'm going to go check in with our assignment desk to see when we will be getting the chopper back up. All right, looks like the National Weather Service just posted on Twitter about a minute ago saying additional rain showers, isolated thunderstorms moving up from State Route 85 for the west side. Earlier localized flooding impacts continue. Travel safe. Again, that was a notice from the National Weather Service. They tweeted that a minute ago. So that is the latest update in terms of local weather. Let's go back and look at that tower cam once again, guys. It is very gray outside. Looks like the storm and the storm watch is continuing. Dave Muncie will join us again after he does his cut-in on TV. Hopefully we'll get an update from Dave Muncie sometime in the next 20 minutes or so. In the meantime, I'm going to bring you any live images I can right here on Fox 10 News Now. I'm going to go ahead and take another look at our Facebook page, look at the images and videos that people have posted in the last hour. This one, courtesy of Jeremiah Nicholas, saying, or rather posting from Casa Grande, look at that cloud. It's pretty crazy. This one coming in, this video courtesy of Elizabeth Schiller Patterson, saying the wash that goes through a backyard in North Peoria. This is a couple feet deep. Go ahead and look at this video right now. More video. This is from Patricia Contreras. She says, my parents live in Buckeye and they can't go to their house because of the water. They just sent me this video. It looks like this is the road that was washed out. We brought you aerials of this earlier. You can see that. This is video shot by Patricia Contreras' parents, who, as a result of this wash in Buckeye, they are not able to get home. In case you guys missed it the first time around, I'm going to go ahead and pull up some of that video for you guys of the wash from earlier. This is video that aired earlier on News Now. I'm assuming it's the same water out in Buckeye that is preventing Patricia's parents from getting home. Look at that road completely washed out as a result of the floods out in Buckeye. Pretty crazy video, guys. Pretty crazy. All right, guys, we're going to go back to live images. That is tower cam. Looks like things are clearing up. We can finally see more than just a sea of gray. All right, guys, let's go ahead and look at some more viewer-submitted video. This is courtesy of Graham with the caption, Stormy in the White Mountains at Apache National Forest. video sent to us about 29 minutes ago from Richard Spencer. Let's go ahead and see if there's any new video that's come in, any new photos or videos, courtesy of our viewers. Got this photo coming in courtesy of Andrea, saying Casa Grande area looks like that right now. Becca posting this from Casa Grande, saying Becca, storm moving through Casa Grande. Looks like a lot of people posting from Casa Grande as if Casa Grande is getting hit right now hard. Dark crowds looks crazy, Sensio says. Sheila saying looking east it looks like this. It's pretty crazy to look at some of these images. Sheila posting from Sun Lakes, Arizona. Jessica Smith saying out in Peoria when the storm hit earlier. Let's go ahead and watch this video. Video when the storm hit Peoria. Pretty crazy to look at. All right, guys, so those are just some of the things posted on our Facebook page. If you guys have any videos or photos on our Facebook page, make sure to post them. We have gotten through many of the photos and videos that have come in over the course of the last couple hours. Let's go back and look at that live images courtesy of Skyfox Tower Cam. These are live images coming in, and we will hopefully be getting more Skyfox video for you guys momentarily. I know that the Skyfox chopper was just doing a crew change. They were still being flown by the morning crew, and looks like they have to shift to the evening crew. So once they make that shift, hopefully we'll be getting those live images, and again, courtesy of Skyfox. Also, just another note, this is a tweet that came in from the National Weather Service 3 minutes ago. National Weather Service says, heads up, Interstate 8 and Interstate 10 travelers. Severe thunderstorm warning, including Casa Grande, Coolidge, Arizona City, until 3:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning, Coolidge, Casa Grande. Again, like I said, stay off the roads. If you don't have to be on the roads, I would stay home. I would wait until this storm passes and then hit the road. If you don't have anywhere you have to be, I encourage you to just get a blanket, curl up, watch some TV, watch some news now, and just relax. Wait for the storm to pass, and hopefully all will be well in just a couple of hours. All right, guys, here's another look at Tower Cam. Looks like it is gray once again. All right, guys, again, you're looking at live images courtesy of our tower cam. This is a video of rain in the valley. Obviously, it is very gray outside. We have lots of rainfall throughout the valley, especially the West Valley hit hard. You can look at the radar images that are coming in right now, some of our weather graphics, so you get a sense of just how intense this rainfall is. The area in red are flood warnings. The area in green, boxed off, are flood advisories. You can see all of these warnings and advisories in the West Valley. And hopefully we'll be able to chat with Dave Muncy once again. That's my hope, at least. All right, guys, let's go back and look at the live images coming in courtesy of our tower cam. Tower cam is on South Mountain. It is looking north directly towards downtown, though you couldn't tell because it is so gray outside that you can see no buildings, no mountains. Really, you can't see much other than just a sea of gray looking into clouds. You know it's raining outside. Just a heads up, the latest tweet from the National Weather Service, posted about 5 minutes ago, says small stream flood advisory for Casa Grande area. Heavy rainfall will lead to minor flooding. Hashtag turnaround, don't drown. Oh, wow, and just like that, things have cleared up. Look at that tower cam. It is completely just cleared up. Wow, how things can change here in the valley in a matter of minutes. Just moments ago, we were looking at completely gray skies. Now you can see it is completely clear. Carly Myers in the chat room saying, that literally described Arizona's weather in one shot. Rachel saying, and just like that, it's the desert again. Absolutely. Looking at this video that's coming in from Tower Cam, it's pretty crazy to think that just minutes ago we saw a sky filled with clouds, a completely gray view of the valley, and now you can actually even see downtown far in the distance. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our radar so you guys can get the latest anticipated rainfall. And it is 3:26, so in just a couple minutes, Kendi Schofield will be taking over, and she will be providing you with more weather coverage right here in the valley. I believe Tower Cam, or sorry, not Tower Cam, but Skyfox, the chopper will be going up again soon, so you'll be able to see that momentarily. Hi all, Kinsey here, just getting my system set up. We have to log in, log off, get all of our own stuff up, just so you know I'm here. And what a beautiful day it's turned out to be. When I rolled in this morning, there were dark clouds. It was very gloomy, but alas, it looks absolutely stunning now. While I continue to get my setup here on this computer, take a look at Dave Muncie's weather map. You're seeing the movement on that weather map because he's back there manipulating it. He's back at his desk. What you see on the set, that's his actual desk. Manipulating that and getting it ready for our 5 p.m. broadcast. We're also looking forward to having Skyfox get back up in the air any minute now. And Skyfox will give you some live visuals. There was a lot of flooding in the valley. Earlier there was a rescue, a man stuck on top of his car. So we will get our Skyfox visuals back up. Take a look at some of that flooding. Take a look at what that rain did to the valley. And hopefully we can get Dave Muncie back up here at some point to give us an update, tell us what he's seen. We get a lot of cool visuals thanks to social media, people sending us pictures of tornadoes or what appeared to be tornadoes. It really all looked like the Wizard of Oz. I know you saw some of this with Samia, but this is one of my favorites that we received today, and it's gotten over 1,300 likes on our Facebook page. It's unbelievable. Let's see what else. I'm going to cut back to me. I apologize. I'm going to make you look at me for 2 seconds while I look at Fox 10 Phoenix and see if I find any great contributions from... Oh, is this from today? Oh, whoa. Yeah, this is 2 hours ago. Flooded streets. Oh, I would not be as eager to get through those lights as these people are. I would just say, you know what, I'm going to sit this out in a Walmart parking lot. Take a look at this. Some of these visuals you just saw. I see here one of my producers, Florence is about to get a really bad storm. Lots of red over Coolidge heading northeast, so that's something we're going to need to be looking out for as well. But here are those flooded streets in Ahwatukee near 48th Street and Elliott. I mean, what hail in the West Valley? Hail. Wow, look at that. Doesn't that remind you of the Wizard of Oz? Beautiful. These are submitted by users. Windshield shot.
I know I heard Samia earlier discussing, well, I hope they're not the person driving. And you can't help but think that when you're looking at these. Wow, that's a beautiful shot. That doesn't even strike you as Arizona. Another great shot. Wow. Glendale. Beautiful. That's an hour ago. Let's take a look and see if there are any additional photos left. Yep, here we go. Wow. Pea-size hail in Buckeye, says Heidi. Let's see, got a little bit of hail. Oh, that's hail on the trampoline. How fun. Well, I'd like to be on a trampoline. Haunting. And remember, you can leave your images on our Facebook page, we're Fox 10 Phoenix, or you can tweet. Gloomy. You can tweet us and use the hashtag Fox 10 Phoenix. Beautiful. Double rainbow. That's nice. And use the hashtag Fox 10 Phoenix, and sometimes we will feature your photos not only on Fox 10 News Now, but on our regular news program. That is a great photo. And this is kind of what it looked like when I drove in today at around noon, downtown Phoenix. Just, it had those gray skies. I feel like I should have stepped outside. Wow. I feel like I should have stepped outside before I came on to do a comparison of what it looks like today. But I do love that we have these users that take pictures and send them our way. Beautiful again by David Rodriguez. Love those. Because in you guys are now contributing to our broadcast, which we greatly appreciate. You're helping make our jobs easier. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, that is an amazing photo. I hope we are going to be using that in one of our broadcasts because that's beautiful. Love it. Here we go with some more hail in Buckeye. Here's a great picture. You know, I posted, it was raining pretty heavy late last night, and I posted a tweet about it, and I had a woman out of South Carolina send me a nasty tweet saying I shouldn't be excited about the rain because South Carolina wasn't excited about the rain. And I said, well, I'm in Phoenix. But look at how enthusiastic Phoenix does get about the weather. Free car wash. That's exactly what I thought last night. Beautiful skies. I can't wait to see this on our wall. We did a tag board for our broadcasts this evening. We've got the 5 o'clock coming up. And that is an unreal photo. I love that photo. Beautiful, like cotton candy skies. And the way we will display it is on that large board. And here, let me show you. You'll see it later this evening. But you know we've got that beautiful board. Here we go. Let me show you this photo really quick. This is from my Twitter. This wall will become our tag board, and this wall will feature different pictures of the weather. And those come from users that either submitted them on Facebook or left the photos on our on Twitter using the hashtag Fox10Phoenix, and that whole wall will be filled with different photos. Sometimes we bring it over here too, and then you'll see the anchors touch them and change them. Wow, look at that hail. At least it feels like fall in Buckeye. It's still a little warm here. Oh, here's a great picture. Oh, that's a lovely picture. Thank you, Jose. Oh, we've seen that one. Oh, this one's scary. I'm hearing them talk about we're getting Sky Fox back up, so give us a few more minutes of these photos. Amazing. And we will tune into Sky Fox any minute now. It's carefree, lovely. Love those clouds. Thanks for the picture, Steve. Wow. Grand Avenue and Loop 303 looking northwest. Wow. Some of these are absolutely stunning. I really do love this one. That is amazing. And look at her use of that Fox10Phoenix hashtag. Very nice, Esther. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. I do have to say the double rainbow so far is my favorite. Now look at how much the skies have cleared up. Oh, but I see a little bit of rain. And I just received word that we are about to get Chopper. I went to peek at Dave Muncie's Facebook page, but he's not talking about the weather quite yet. He's probably busy with his maps. Let's see if he's updated his Twitter feed. Nine minutes ago. See, maybe Dave's more of a Twitter guy. The more you know. Some storm information. Golf ball size hail just east of Casa Grande. Well, tell us more about this Buckeye rain. Or it's Buckeye hail, Dave. Heavy rain scattered street flooding, flood warnings, and advisories along the storm. Let's see. So it looks like Let me look for the chopper. Here we go. So far, so good. Skies look clear. Although I do see gray in that on the right side, so it looks like we're headed towards the action. And as we are chasing weather, I mean, so far, I mean, it looks absolutely beautiful, but we're headed towards some weather. Flea says we got hail like that at 19th Avenue in Glendale today. Well, prove it. Flea's Pixar didn't happen. Lori says, cute nails, Kinsey. I got mine painted blue and red for the Cubs being in the wild card game tomorrow. Well, I'm rooting for the Cubs solely for you, Lori. And wants to know who refuels Skyfox. I imagine it is the refuelers. I actually don't know who refuels Skyfox. D asks where that road was flooding. I would have to go back and look at the postie, but it was in Ahwatukee. I appreciate Fleece's sense of humor. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Phoenix is probably going to get snowed in tonight. Probably not. Although it would be exciting. And Dee chimed in with her nails. They're black with orange spiders. Love it. Send me a photo, Dee. Thank you, ma'am. It's up. You can see some rain hitting our screen there, but it does look like a beautiful October day. I was looking at typical weather in October in Arizona. My family's lived in Arizona for about 15 years, but I've been here off and on. And if I recall correctly, it doesn't really feel like fall until November, December-ish. But I don't remember it feeling like a never-ending monsoon, however, which is what it feels like this year. However, I've never worked in a newsroom consistently before where I hear the word monsoon so often, but this really feels like a never-ending monsoon. It would be one day we would pitch the story, well, let's talk about the monsoon being over, and then we'd have a huge, 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 horrific storm. But this, I mean, I don't know how related to the monsoon this is, although Dave Muncie says we say the monsoon ends just because we like to put a date on things. I don't know how related this is to the monsoon, but it does feel like a lot of activity, a lot of fun weather activity in the valley, and even if it doesn't feel chilly like it does on the East Coast, and I'm a little jealous of that, we are getting a lot of weather activity. Rachel says, Ken's go take a trip to Wilcox. It's beautiful and feels like fall. I just might have to. It doesn't, it just does not feel like fall, but I am enjoying the weather. And then when it gets just a little, like when it's in the 60s and 70s, I'll be the one complaining about how cold I am. Watch, and that's barely winter. Now see, this, absolutely beautiful. But when we go back to our tower cam, still absolutely beautiful, but it does look still a little gloomy. When it is in full-blown rain mode, you will notice we've got multiple photographers and reporters in the field, on the ground. Even in cars, we have cameras mounted to our windshields, and they will just drive around the valley, catching that rain footage and just checking out and see what's on the ground. This is great. But a lot of you in the chat room says when we follow them around and we are just in the car with them, it actually is so relaxing that it puts some of you to sleep. And I can see how Skyfox could do that for you, too. Ale in the chat says Skyfox is like a free meditating session. Is that true? Is that right? How often do you have to pay for your meditating sessions, Ale? I'd like to know that. I'm pretty sure you can meditate for free all the time. Just turn on some Sia or... Hi, James. Thanks for joining us. I guess in these cases, when we are consumed with weather coverage, it's better to, when the outcome is just, hey, look how beautiful it is outside now, versus some of the cleanup we see after our monsoon coverage. I mean, we are there when they're having to remove trees that are hundreds of years old off of a Kia or off somebody's roof, or remove it out of somebody's house and it's collapsed a roof in. So when it's just, look at how clear and beautiful the skies are, that is the preferred outcome with crazy weather days. Go back to tower cam, see again. I don't know if it's just the contrast of this screen, but to me it looks really gloomy over here. But wow, look back at the mountains where it does seem flooding. There we go. Oh wow. Yuck. Yeah, that car was just saying, oh, I'm going to pull over to the side and save myself. That would be me. We are currently in the West Valley. We are at Citrus and the I-10 in Buckeye. Another car pulled off to the side.
That's gone so corporate, like all countries, and those FTVs and scouting birds and smelling air.
Whoop. Give us a second. Muddy mess. But we've absolutely seen worse, so in comparison, Interested in seeing if we get more rain.
I don't know where my life is going.
Again, citrus in the I-10 in Buckeye. And we are gearing up for our 5 p.m. broadcast where we have collected the latest and greatest weather footage for you. Oh, looks like I've temporarily lost Skyfox, so I'll just pop in over here. Hi. Where we have gathered the latest and greatest weather footage, videos, everything you've posted, everything you post on Twitter and hashtag Fox 10 Phoenix, everything you post on our Facebook page, somebody looks through that. We've got a team of social media people here that are combing through the photos you submit, the videos you submit, and you can do that through emailing our desk. You can do that by just leaving comments on our Facebook page, and I'll take me down now. You can do that by leaving comments on our Facebook page, using Twitter, and using the hashtag Fox10Phoenix. You can submit your videos and your pictures to us, and they will end up not only on, in some cases, Fox 10 News Now, but on our local television news broadcast. So that's with Troy Hayden, John Hook, Carrie Lake. You might see them proudly displaying your photo on our large wall. So we are gearing up for our 5 o'clock broadcast, where I know we're featuring a tag board that's going to have some of your pictures and videos on it. And we looked through a large string of photos left on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page and saw some unreal, absolutely beautiful photography on there. And again, this video, this flooding in Ahwatukee, let's exit full screen. Let's go back and look at this. It's crazy. That's the Ahwatukee flooding from earlier today. I'm overhearing that when we go back to our live Skyfox, here's live, that now we're in Elliott. This is south of the 303 and 10, I'm hearing. Al says, Ale says, plenty of rain in Casa Grande. Looking forward to seeing some video or photos of that. hard to believe that it's only 70 degrees outside right now. Humidity at 61%. Tonight the low is going to be 64, which I absolutely am looking forward to. It's why I wore a jacket. The sun is definitely starting to set later, or earlier, I'm sorry. The sun is definitely starting to set earlier. It's supposed to set at 6:08 p.m. It says the high 70, but I thought it might have been in the 80s when I came in today. Perhaps that was just the temperature of my car. This says it's as low as 69 right now. I might have to go do a lap outside.
You know what? You can hear his countdown on Sirius. Oh, can you still hear it? Yeah. All right. How did they get him? He was a big name, man.
Weather forecast with Corey McCloskey on Fox 10 News.
It doesn't look like it's like severe at all. I mean, it just looks like rain coming down, right?
Well, they're not in that spot, but we do have one severe thunderstorm warning out for Coolidge, Coolidge and Florence, and it looks as though over the next couple of hours we are going to be raked with more and more of these showers and some very heavy thunderstorms. They continue to kind of move from south to north across Arizona, so keep your eyes on the southern skies today for sure. We'll bring you in close, and there's lots to see. You can see almost the entire state is catching rainfall right now, and I have a feeling there's lots more to come. It's going to be a busy afternoon. This is the severe thunderstorm warning we're talking about. It looks like it's just now expired within the last minute or so, but it's been out in two different forms. First of all, for the Casa Grande area, then around Coolidge. Florence, you want to keep an eye out. These storms you see here with these sort of blue outlines, they contain hail, dime-sized hail, and some rather strong winds too, so they'll continue that northeasterly track. But as you can see, we have other areas that are really very, very heavy. So we'll take you on in a little bit closer here in a moment. But this is Coolidge here, and Coolidge is being raked by a strong thunderstorm right now. And again, Florence, you are under the gun as well. As you move farther down the way, the 10 is again being crossed by this series of storms. Now, from Levine back over here to Buckeye, we've got another wave of heavy weather. Levine is really taking a pounding right now, and as you can see, it stretches all the way out west toward Tonopah, up past Wickenburg, and then on into Chino Valley and so forth. There's going to be plenty around for everyone, so just keep an eye out. If you live in the Prescott area or over here toward Cottonwood and Jerome, you've got showers in store as well. So again, let's bring you down a little farther to the south, down just south of South Mountain and a little west of there. That's where Levine lies, and this from here, then over here around Guadalupe, the little town of Guadalupe is seeing very heavy rainfall now as well. well. So if you live in this neck of the woods, you're familiar with the streets and the roadways that we're talking about. And again, there's an awful lot of rain within these storms. They're very heavy, and they're not moving that fast, moving at about 10 miles an hour. Now, if you aren't aware of it, Queen Creek Road actually extends far to the west on the west side as you get down toward Buckeye. Over here is Route 85 that stretches on down. Here you see it toward Gila Bend, but there's plenty of rain to go around. I know we're zooming all over the place here. We're taking you farther to the east of Laveen now. And again, if you live in town there, just you might want to stay indoors for now because there's a lot of lightning in this storm as well. And again, this is Guadalupe here, and it is just pouring there right along the 10. I'm sure traffic is not moving very fast there at all. So once again, if you're going to be out and about this afternoon, again, keep your eyes to the southern skies. This is a pretty vigorous situation, and we're definitely going to see some localized flooding. So here's the forecast for today. We'll top out, if we make it, at about 82 degrees today, and tonight things will start to break up a bit, and I think by tomorrow we'll be back into the sunshine, and by the time we get to Friday and beyond, things are going to again quiet down considerably. Temps will be on the way up, but sunshine will be back. And we'll be ready for it by then, I'm sure. Okay. But anyway, we'll look at the radar again at the end of the show.
Yeah, what a storm system. Yeah. Thanks, Cor.
Your exclusive
Okay. I love a weather report from Corey. He's so fun. He is an absolute reason to get up in the morning and start your day at a reasonable hour. That was the noon broadcast. He actually sat down with Mike for a little while this afternoon. These are, again, some live shots. I saw some people in the chat room saying that the flooding didn't look too bad. You're absolutely right. We've seen worse, although it is flooding. Was the volume low, Susie? Let me know. Was the volume of the video low? I heard it fine on my end. Interesting countdown on AccuWeather. It says rain starting in 2 minutes. That's very specific, AccuWeather. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Why don't I share? Well, I'm not going to show you that O'Reilly ad. O'Reilly Auto. Nope. I am all about this cooler weather. Do not take me back into the 90s. I don't want it. I don't need it. I'm pretty content in the 60s, 70s. It's one of the only things I miss about living in Southern California. All right, now let's go to the AccuWeather site. So this is what I was looking at when I said rain starting in 2 minutes. Look at this fun little countdown right here. Rain starting in 2 minutes. You click on that. Let me make this area larger so you can watch with me. This fun map right here. I'll remove myself. But here you can see green is rain, blue snow, ice, pink, mixed purple. Says when we hit 417, we're expecting light rain. around 4:35, just rain. But it does look like we're going to have some weather to look forward to here. Let's go back to Skyfox visuals. Here we go. Alfredo says Florence is getting rocked with severe weather. Please, this is in Phoenix. It says in Phoenix near the station. Police asks where I was looking on AccuWeather, and I was looking near the station. Okay, so this is Skyfox. Live visuals over the valley via Skyfox. And I'm going to go back to that tower cam.
These guys aren't paying attention.
Look at that. Looks much darker, much gloomier, anticipating some of that rainfall I just told you about. Every once in a while here on Skyfox, you'll see water hit the screen, so I do absolutely prefer this shot, though. Rachel asks if she hears John Hook. She absolutely does hear John Hook. He is getting anxious for that 5 p.m. broadcast. It's going to be John Hook and Troy Hayden this afternoon. You're going to see John and Troy from 5 to 6, and then Troy Hayden 6 to 6:30. And then again at 9 o'clock, John Hook and Troy Hayden, 9 to 10, and then 10 to 10:30, it's just Troy Hayden writing solo. But you do hear John looking over the script for, he's looking over the script. He chimes in and writes some of his own stuff in his broadcast. So he is perfecting the 5 p.m. broadcast right now. Alfredo asks if it's returning or continuing to get shots. And Alfredo, Skyfox is going to continue to get live shots. Skyfox is, I think, going to be live with us for our 5 p.m. broadcast. So hopefully it stays up with us throughout the hour. Looks like we're headed to Buckeye Valley. Look at that. Oh, they're playing. Oh. Oh, wow. I don't, yeah. I guess they're all pulled over trying to avoid. Oh, my goodness. That is crazy. JD, is this Buckeye? Buckeye Valley? Oh my goodness. There are some crazy visuals. Yeah, it looks like they might be there for a minute. Slick Intro says dangerous. We are at Buckeye Valley. Rich says, "You shall not pass." That is intense. Oh my goodness. Edgecombe, can you confirm where that was? Edgecombe, where did he say that was? Did he say 220 something? 220th Avenue and Narramore in Buckeye Valley. 220th Avenue in Narramore in Buckeye Valley. Oh, whoa. Look at that. And I don't want to take you away from some of these unbelievable visuals. However, I won't, I promise. But I will tell you that I'm seeing rainfall on our tower cam at Squaw Peak. What? This is awful. And you also wonder, is it the best? Well, I don't know anything about this kind of situation. I know nothing about trying to tow a big truck like this, but but I wonder if this is the right time to do it, or would you wait until it slowed down?
sir, do you have to be a member? You can just use it, so open color. Well, it'll be.
Oh wow, look at, I've got this great funnel cloud for you sent to us by Randy Forrest. He's at Forrest 077 Jackrabbit Road, 1 mile south of Ray Road. Wow. Let's head back to live visuals via Skyfox. Some flooding. And again, this is the scene at, let's see, 220th Avenue of the kids playing in the water. Looks like they're just trying to wait out that chaos. Well, the children are having a good time. I'm a little jealous, but it does look like they're waiting out the chaos before they can cross. That water was, it did seem more aggressive earlier, a few minutes ago when we were originally here. But they are likely just trying to wait it out before they cross. Back over here to our tower cam where you can see some rain spots throughout the screen, at the top of the screen, in the center of the screen there. You can see it looks very gloomy. But let's go back here to the kids playing in the water. Oh no, I would say it's still as aggressive as it looked earlier. Absolutely. I take it back. When you're zoomed in, you don't really grasp the entire picture, but there it is. Alfredo says they're going to have to just sit and wait this one out. He didn't actually say that, Alfredo, in the chat. I'm just censoring it. Again, more rainfall over here. Alfredo, I will submit the request to have Skyfox look north towards Buckeye and the 10, where they have sunlight. He also mentions that that canal links up to a dairy farm. A dairy farm? Really? Let's go back. Rachel says, by tomorrow that stream will be dry. Likely, yes. For those that just entered the chat room and are asking, this is Buckeye Valley. We are at 220th Avenue. And it's interesting to see all the cars that have had to pull over. And just, I guess, I mean, if your home's on the other side of this, oh my goodness. But they're having to wait it out, some of them with families, because you see children out there playing in the water. Oh, wow. What are we about to witness? What are we about to witness? Oh, let's hope he makes it. Oh, let's hope he makes it. Come on, come on, come on. This is making me very nervous. Oh, great success. I'm in a bug, so there's no way that I would get across there. Oh, what are those people doing? Seems like chaos. Oh, she's running late for something. Homecoming, prom. Looks like she's got a dress. Wedding. Maybe a wedding. Oh, what are we witnessing? This is fascinating. She's got places to be. No! Skyfox! No! We need you! Looks like we temporarily lost our feet. Oh, there it is. Let's go back. No, we've got to know what's going on with his family. No. Oh, wow. No, go back, go back, go back, go back. Is this the same car? Because if this is the same car, I feel like You're getting cocky. You made it once. You should just be appreciative. You should just consider yourself successful. Call it a day. Head over to McEdy's for the all-day breakfast. I would not go back and forth. Fleece in the chat said there's a late fee if she doesn't return that in the next 42 minutes. You saw the way that girl was running. You saw it. There was a sense of urgency. That is too funny. Douglas says, now watch others will try it. Well, wait, but I'd be interested in seeing that, but I don't see Skyfox right now. Looks like we've temporarily lost Skyfox. So we'll head back over to our tower cam so you can see that it's sprinkling a little bit out there right now. We had anticipated that thanks to our AccuWeather forecast that we peaked at. It gave us an exact countdown. It said rain in 2 minutes. I thought that's silly, but it was true. I know. Judd said, come on, it was getting interesting. I completely agree. We got it back, we got it back. Oh, no. Oh, God. I'm trying to keep it. What are we witnessing? Is it a runaway bride? Billy says, I'll never drive through a flooded street again. It's not worth it. Billy, tell us what happened. What was your experience? I don't think I actually even remotely could try. I'm in a slug bug. I'm very low to the ground. This is, I've lost it again. I think it was Billy in the chat asked where that flood was that we are anxiously awaiting to get our images back from. And it was 220th Avenue in Narramore in Buckeye Valley, which is southwest of Phoenix. Again, that's 220th Avenue in Narramore in Buckeye Valley, southwest of Phoenix. And we are waiting to get those visuals back, hopefully sooner than later. Well, I'm surprised that we are seeing hail throughout the valley. Now, a flash flood warning just expired near Citrus Park, just west of Luke Air Force Base in Litchfield Park. The hashtag some people are using is turn around, don't drown. And I'm going to drop this now that you have me back again. This is 220th Avenue in Narramore in Buckeye Valley. Oh, I don't know where we're going with this. I think he's going to be a little limited in where he may go. Don't do it. Don't do it. Back it up. Back it up. Nope. Back it up. Back it up. Oh my goodness, what's happening? Oh, here we go again. We saw the Dodge do it. Can this guy? We saw the Dodge do it. Can this guy do it? Love. Wow. Brave souls.
You know, I've been here a long time. I've never heard of the Buckeye Valley. Is that new?
Wow. Ooh, that looked fun almost. This looks like a ride at Disneyland.
It should be.
Troy?
Yes.
Generally, there's not a lot of news out there.
Well, I mean, it's like beyond news. I've never heard of the Buckeye Valley. I didn't know there was a valley out there.
And they like have the whole like separate like.
Yeah, some in the chat room you can see people saying the water's really not that high. And that's true. We're seeing that. I still, however, I wouldn't risk it in the slug bug. I'm just saying. Looks like people are having a much easier time traveling. Oh, that white truck kind of looks like they're struggling. Ooh. There we go. Poor guy on the ATV, though. I don't think he's going to have such luck. Slick intros. Jeep, you sure? Ronwin asks, why do they have to cross there? Is that the only truck? Is that person barefoot? Bronwyn asks, why do they have to cross there? Is that the only road in the universe out there? And I believe the answer to that question is absolutely. But I'm not sure. I can't give you a 110% answer, but... Judd, monkey see, monkey do. Absolutely. We saw comments after the Silver Ram passed through the water from the chat room saying, well, we're going to have plenty of other people trying it now. And the answer is yes. Yes, you will. Looks like it's clearing out a bit, though. No longer are we seeing the children playing in the water or the families collecting around the area.
Well, it appears Ed attempted to cross these places, right? Here's the gas station.
Some individuals in the center of the screen right now. So we are still seeing some people, but not to the extent that we were. Rich says a flatbed tow truck can make a lot of money by just porting cars across. Billy estimates that the water is less than a foot deep. I'm wondering what happened to ATV guy. Is everything okay? Did he get a lift to somewhere else? And I do keep losing, just so you know. I do keep losing Sky Fox, and I do think I actually lose Sky Fox in the next minute. But they are trying to prepare and get everything ready for the 5 p.m. broadcast, which is happening in just 5 minutes from now. You're going to get to enjoy John Hook and Troy Hayden, and we've got all of our reporters out in the field at some of the spots hit hardest by this rain today. Steve Kraft's out in the field. I know I saw him out in the field. Mark Martinez immediately walked in the room and said, "Oh, I better get my rain gear on," and went and changed into some of his more casual attire versus being in a full suit in the middle of a storm. So we've got some of our best reporters out in the field getting ready to give you the latest on storm cleanup and any potential additional showers. let's take a look here. Oh, I have this back. Probably not for very long, but I do have this back for you guys. I'm looking at the Phoenix minute-by-minute weather forecast thanks to AccuWeather.com, and it says for the next few minutes we're going to continue to look at some rain here in the valley. Starting to have some trouble there again with that shot. Sorry. Technical difficulties is what we refer to that as. So I'll just hit back over here. And then you can actually see here on our tower cam some rain now hitting the tower cam.
That's all they want. That's all they want. They want the Yankees and anybody but in Pittsburgh Pirates. Oh, wow. Yeah. I think the other forwards are fine. Well, they want the Yankees and the Dodgers for the World Series. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They'd be right. But I think you need a 14 team would be okay. Yeah. Dodgers, Bulls would be great. Yeah, yeah. Cardinals are huge. Yeah.
Aw. It's not as relaxing as Sky Fox or when we do our drive arounds with our cameras in the windshield. However, it is relaxing, especially when we can actually see the rain hit the screen. It's calming. Ale would refer to it as free meditation, and then we'd have to remind him that typically you don't have to pay for meditation, but Ale, we love your enthusiasm.
Baseline Road. Be careful out there. Washes are running extremely high, particularly in the West Valley.
Quite an operation pulling that big semi out of there. And Skyfox capturing rain all across the valley. Dark clouds, heavy rain over downtown Phoenix. This strong October storm is our top story at 5 o'clock.
And really, no one was spared in this. We want to give you a live look from Skyfox right now. This is in Buckeye Valley again, and you can see just how quickly, well, we lost the shot, but the washes are really rolling after hours of rainfall. That was Waterman's Wash before we lost the picture.
And this storm packed a punch, as you can tell. Heavy rain, high winds, hail, even funnel clouds.
Team coverage tonight. We start with Linda Williams in the West Valley. That was probably the hardest hit. She's in Rainbow Valley tonight where the washes are running. And how? Linda.
It absolutely was. You just showed Skyfox showing Waterman's Wash. Well, I am on the ground in Waterman's Wash here in a part of Buckeye Valley / Rainbow Valley. West Valley, like you said, John, just got slammed. I'm going to show you some video of us heading here west on the I-10 that really just, actually, I was alarmed at the time. We were in the Fox 10 news car and rain was coming down in torrents, and not just rain, but that once the hail started, I thought, you know what, Corey, my photographer, I said, let's get off. And we got off, and we weren't the only cars that gave up, but you could listen to the hail falling on the roof, and it sounded like rocks just hitting the car. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Yeah, visibility dropped to practically nothing, and I said, you know what? we're done. We got off, we waited at about 43rd Avenue and I-10 for a few minutes. Then we got back on the I-10 once it seemed to pass through. And we came out here to Rainbow Valley where it just came down in buckets. And what happens here is the washes really get flowing. Come out to me here live and you'll see a lot of people standing here watching the water. Some of them are just curious, but others simply can't get home. Their houses are on the other side. I hate to show you these pictures live because these people are not supposed to be doing this. They're coming through and it's dangerous. They say turn around, don't drown, but people sometimes in big trucks and four-wheel drive vehicles just think that they can make it through. But a lot of people are saying we're just going to wait until authorities say it's okay, and then we are going to try to make it home. But some people are risking it. Talking live to Eric Lee, he lives here. What is up with the wash here, Eric? It just flows like this all the time and cuts people off?
Absolutely. Every time there's a sizable rain here, out here in Rainbow Valley, everything floods, comes out of the mountains and takes out this road. Last time, took out the road. People were stuck for 3 or 4 days, I believe.
But this time, these folks, all these people parked on the side of the road just waiting to go home?
Yep, absolutely. Some people don't have cars for that. Some people do.
Some people think they do. You know, it's interesting. MCSO, Eric, thanks so much for talking to us, giving us perspective of this area. It is a very rural area. MCSO called out for 2 water rescues here, but they tell us that once they got here, the people were no longer stuck in the wash. So far, to our knowledge, there have been no incidents in terms of water rescues. But as I said, West Valley got slammed, and it looks like there's more heading this way. For now, these folks are just stuck, waiting for the water to recede so they can get in their cars and head home. Reporting live from the West Valley, I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Linda. Yeah, the one guy in the Jeep just keeps going through back and forth. He must know he's on the air or something. I don't know. Check out these photos that were tweeted out by the Buckeye Valley Fire Department this afternoon. If you look over the mountains, you can see that funnel cloud moving through. That was south of Rainbow Valley where Linda was. That quickly fell apart. Parts of the valley still under a flood advisory tonight.
Dave Muncie's here with a check on what's happening out there right now. So has most of this moved through, Dave, or what are we looking at?
No, we still have some to go. Here's one of the culprits right here. This low pressure system is moving from the west to the east. So you can see it's just barely getting through the state. It's not even into the central portion of the state or over Phoenix at this time. So this thing is going to roll through. That's your energy that is motivating this thing as it rolls through and helping to get that moisture up in here as well. You can see Gila Bend right here. Here's Phoenix right here. Casa Grande right in here. So lots of moisture to the south of us as well, and to the southwest of us as it continues to make its way into the valley. We get up a little bit closer and you can see Maricopa here, Gilbert over here. There's Cave Creek with a lot of that moisture, and you can see also over the top of all of this we have some advisories. We have also warnings for flooding throughout that area. Moving up on the Lake Pleasant area, there's Anthem. Just a little bit south of Anthem they reported 1.25 inches of rain coming down. Here's Camp Verde still getting some action. You can see a lot of these areas still picking up that moisture. And then take a look off to the east of us here. You can see that moisture continuing to come through. Over here is that we're most concerned with, though, is the stuff that is moving toward and through the valley. There's a lot more out there. I'll have some rainfall amounts for you coming up.
Okay, Dave, let's go pretty close here to the Fox 10 studios. We're looking right in downtown Phoenix. This is a live look, and the rain's coming down again. So it continues tonight. And again, the valley, most of the valley has gotten something. The west side got hit really hard.
Right, downtown, north, south, west, this storm touching almost every corner of the valley. Let's start north up in New River. We got some video sent to us by a man named Jay Plummer. And that video is kind of in his backyard there. It looks like his barbecue is getting a nice soaking up there, and that's to the north in New River. Let's head down a little bit south. Rain coming down at I-17 in Dunlap near Metro Center Mall. And this woman, I don't know how long that umbrella is going to last. I mean, it's on its last leg. And when you get the rain shooting up from the puddle, you know the rain's coming down hard, right? All right, so let's head out to the west now. From there, West Valley taking a really big hit. We saw so many scenes like this of flooding on these streets and just muddy, awful water all over the place and drivers not being able to drive through. This is the I-10 Loop 303 Skyfox over this area. And now down south, Ahwatukee area, and the rain, the drainage is happening there, and you can see it spitting out. And we had some issues out there at some golf courses in that same area, John.
Right, in Ahwatukee, the rain and high winds causing problems on the golf course. And that's where Steve Kraft continues the coverage. Well, Steve, I guess the players paid their green fees and they're going to get a round in no matter what, but they've got some new obstacles to deal with tonight.
They certainly do. This is Ahwatukee Golf Club, Ahwatukee Country Club. I know you guys are both scratch golfers, but this would be a hazard that you guys would even have a little trouble with. This is a sand trap here at the 14th hole at the Ahwatukee Golf Club. It's supposed to be just sand, but as you can see, there's a puddle here. And not only is there a big water hazard inside the sand trap, but there's also a big eucalyptus tree hazard, like a 60-foot tall eucalyptus tree that is fallen down. And this is the edge, the tip of the tree, the top edge of the tree. It's huge that this thing tipped and fell right down into the sand trap. Show you some pictures now of the damage on this golf course. This was a huge tree that came down here in a grove of eucalyptus trees, crashing to the ground. Missing golfers, that of course was good news, but lots of rain and wind and damage on the back nine here at Ahwatukee Golf Club. The rain so intense it forced golfers off the course for about an hour. City of Phoenix crews worked to clear debris so water could drain off 48th Street near Warner. Golfers were inconvenienced, clearly, but they certainly didn't stop golfing. And here's what one of them had to say. How's it affecting your game today, this wind and these conditions?
Oh, you're all over the place. You can't expect to play good. You're just out here to drink beer and have fun. So basically, that's all you can do. You know, you come out here in this kind of weather, you're a true golfer. That's basically what you are. You come out. This is Phoenix. We get 75 degrees, 80-degree weather. You're out here. It doesn't matter. Let it rain. Let it rain.
Right on. Those are true golfers. Let me show you something amazing here. Here's the root system of that tree. That's where it tipped and fell over. Now look how close it is to this house. I mean, literally just a couple feet away from the backyard of that house. Imagine if this tree had fallen directly into that house. It would have crushed the house that's directly behind me here. So a lot of damage and a mess here, but it sure could have been worse. Reporting live from Ahwatukee, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
For a while, it was really dark outside, like twilight, even though this was midday. Skyfox over downtown Phoenix, and you could just pick out Camelback Mountain in the background. As we got closer, though, the mountain standing out in dramatic relief with the sun peeking through behind it. Cool shot. And believe it or not, some diehards made the climb through the weather. Hope this woman watches her step on the way down. The West Valley near Buckeye just got pounded this afternoon. Look at the size of this wash, one of the biggest we've seen. It's got to be about 100 yards across, right? And boy, is it flowing. And it gave us something we don't see very often in Arizona, driftwood. May as well just grab it and send it downstream, right? Also weird seeing whitewater rapids behind a stop sign. And all the street flooding here, leaving these drivers castaways on an island of asphalt, looking for a way to get off. Back in the Central Valley, the rain coming off South Mountain so fast that the Arizona Grand Golf Course found itself with several brand new water hazards. You hope they haven't overseeded yet, or that seed is washing away. Some homes along the fairway have water rushing by, and look how the runoff is heading into the established golf course lakes. Wow. And I don't know what you tell this guy. Maybe grab a 9-iron, give it a nice full swing, and hope for the best.
Yeah, get out of there. All right, check out the dark clouds and shafts of rain in South Phoenix. This is time-lapse from our tower cam atop South Mountain. The camera looking toward the West Valley in that particular picture. Rain causing traffic to move slowly on the freeway this afternoon. ADOT camera showing traffic on the Loop 101 northbound. This is near Thomas. Cars, it was slow going out there. The road's very wet.
And our viewer Jimmy Welch sharing this rain video with us from Whitman. Boy, was it coming down there around noon. And just really, really raining. Boy, the visibility was tough, too. You could barely see across the street here. And he also took the picture of the rain, this picture of the rain, the clouds of Whitman this morning, just a big cell off in the distance. And look at the size of that, John. That has a lot of rain coming down in a short amount of time.
And that's why we got what we got today. Now, our Fox 10 viewers sharing their pictures and video with us on Twitter and Facebook. Let's take a look at a few of them right here. This one from Jess. Take a look at that. That's just kind of ominous in downtown Phoenix. Take a look at this from Ashley. Anyone else in North Phoenix Anthem seeing this? This is time lapse, but look at that kind of funnel formation. That is really a nice shot. Take a look at this. If we got hail, you know that. This was in Coolidge. This right here, Reed Cooley, we believe this was in the West Valley. Might even be the white tanks out there. Not sure, but a lot of people saw that funnel, and Reed got a shot of it as well. And take a look at this. This is video pouring and hailing over here near 27th and Glendale. The water just sheeting off the roof. So we got some amazing pictures out there. This is another one from Buckeye. Rain and hail. We saw that across the valley today, particularly again on that west side. We'd love to see your pictures and videos. Best place to share them, facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix.
Deputies shoot an unarmed teenager in Pinal County. But why did deputies shoot? I'm Jessica Flores. I'll have those details coming up.
And that's going to be a wrap. We tend to wrap at 5, but I extended it a little bit later so that you can enjoy our local television news broadcast. You should tune into Channel 10 if you're local. If you're not local and you'd like to continue with the broadcast, see Jessica's story, you can head over to fox10phoenix.com/live and watch our local television news broadcast from wherever you are. You should download our app because it's free. You should follow us on Twitter and like us on Facebook. We're fox10phoenix.com. I'm Kinsey Schofield, and I'll see you back here at 6:30 p.m.